Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Wednesday, September the 22nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you very much, William, so you guys can see my screen and you can hear me. And Pamela, all I can do is post talking to somebody in our YouTube room. The room is definitely open. People are in, so I'll post the link again and see if you can get in. Otherwise, I'm not sure how I can help you. All right, well, a little excitement for Sava this morning. Trying to fight back, release some data, looked encouraging. Got all the way up to $68 before it got hammered down again. But definitely it was a little exciting all the way up from about 53 to 68, a 15-point run. We'll just have to wait and see. You know, I mean, obviously there's still short sellers who don't believe anything they say. So that is the Sava. CRVS was the most confusing thing I've seen in a while. Now it is up big again. Earlier this morning, though, for whatever reason, they decided to publish the data from the discontinued trial in July. Now I don't know why they would do that. I don't know if they were forced to do it, but anyway, I mean, this was the reason why it got knocked down earlier. This is in July, okay? So they published this data, and now it's just ripping again. So maybe William, you probably have better insight as to why they would do such a thing. When I first saw it, I thought they must be doing a financing, but no. Anyway, Corvus is now up. I had it as a gap down, but now it is up. CRVS. But does it make sense that they would publish that data from July? I mean, it's such old news. Anyway, I guess it doesn't matter now. Marin, guys. Now this is one. I don't know if anybody was trading after hours yesterday, like I was. Look at Marin, M-R-I-N. Now the news could be really fluffy, something to do with Google, revenue sharing agreement with Google. Okay. Now, the only reason I took this, excuse me, is because it was a meme stock 3 months ago. You can see right up there, it got up to $27 before it just absolutely got slammed down. So I ended up taking this right around this area, just over 8. Sold most in that 10 level and held on just in case it does something really crazy. So it did pop up to 11, but I've still got a little bit of this left, this Marin left, just in case it does anything crazy. I can't really lose now because, I mean, I'm in just over $8. ONTX is a gap up. And I couldn't see any specific news. I guess now I see the news, excuse me, at 8:19. Encouraging data but it is my guess is going to be phase 1 or 2. I don't see the phase. But again, skeptical of these little ones. And again, if somebody was watching this one earlier, that's a great little short, pounding it down. Stitch Fix, SFIX, phase 1, 2A, thank you. Yeah, that was the press release. Revenue sharing with Google. Strangely, Google did not go up. SFIX. So Stitch Fix, hard to say, released earnings after hours. So there's the gap up. It got up to 42.41 or so, pulling back a little bit. Now the market's in for a nice big open. So we'll have to see what happens. But I'm always thinking that these things are just going to fade. But we'll see. Just have to wait and see what happens once this market opens. But the market is going to have a nice gap up. Today is, I guess, FOMC day, 2 o'clock Eastern Time. AEMD. Again, I don't think I saw any news on it. Nice gap up, low float, 15 million in the float. Big gap up, look at that, 33%. Lots of volume already. This will easily trade the float today, AEMD. Again, I don't see any specific news on it. WIMI, WIMI. I think this is actually, this is an earnings play, WIMI. Now we had earnings, I believe, tomorrow before the market opened, but they released now. So WIMI is up, WIMI. So we're getting some of these mining metal plays, Vail, BTU. The only news I could see was this deal in China. The Evergrande crisis eases for now. So I'm looking, it says metals, mining shares bounce as the Evergrande crisis eases for now. So we're seeing a bounce in some of the metals and miners. So like Vail. There was another one that caught my eye, BTU. Tech, that was the other one that caught my eye, Tech, TECK. BSQR, BSQR, BSQR. BSQR is up on no news that I can see. Again, if you wonder why I always say that, all I'm doing is I'm just looking at headlines. You know, I'm looking at the headlines. And if I can't see anything in the headline, then I have to just move on. I don't have time to really dive in to figure out why a stock is up. But another low float situation. You work for tech? All right. Really still out of... Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought they were still out of my hometown of Vancouver. Big Canadian mining company. Sophie, SOFI, SOFI, SOFI is up. And do I see any news? Phase 1, Phase 2 data. Okay, so now this is a little more expensive. It's the cheaper bios with phase 1, phase 2 data that I like to pound down if I can see it in time. We'll have to see what happens though with the Sophie right there, 16 in the 16 level. If you can somehow get through that, you can see the next high looking left is up at around 1750. ATER, ATER, again on the way back. Is it holding its gap? Yes, it is holding its gap so far. Again, no news. It's just one of those stocks that was super active, got thumped down, and now it's starting to come back. And here's another little fluffy press release, JCS. These would be the classic releases in the late 90s if you were around then, guys. JCS, Microsoft Gold status. Gold partner status or something like that. But, you know, it's another low float, 7.4 million in the float. The volume is picking up. The high of about 5 or 6 days ago was 969, so it's above that high. WKHS, additional testing on vehicles needed. WKHS, that was the news. That was the big gap down to start. I don't know if it's recovered at all. So it got all the way down to 7. I actually was looking to short this if it broke down through 7. It just didn't do it. So I backed off. I'm glad I did, of course. And DNMR is a press release with Chevron, something to do with Chevron, okay, DNMR. All right, guys, now listen, I'm going to have to bow out for about 15 minutes as I wish my wife a happy birthday, okay? So I'm going to have to, I'll be back in about 15 minutes, hopefully just before the market opens. Let me just get that announcement here. All right, so again, I'll see you around 9:30. Okay, I should be right back. All right, guys, I'm all sung out. We are back. Now look at Marin, guys. Go Marin. This could be a really interesting one today. Again, full disclosure, I still own some. I took it after hours yesterday. Sold most of it in this area. This had this pop. Again, revenue sharing agreement with Google. But the only reason I really did it is because of what happened 2 months ago. This was a meme stock extraordinaire. Got all the way up to 27 before it absolutely crashed down. So we'll just have to see, see if it takes out 11. I mean, it's obviously got no resistance, really. The next high looking left is 12, around $12, okay? And that is for the Marin, M-R-I-N. Well, the bias right now, I mean, obviously the market's starting to just sell off just a little bit, but the market is in for a nice big open. Let me just quickly see if I can see anything interesting from the analysts in terms of upgrades or downgrades. All right, not too many of each. Let me just get some of them in, and then we'll take a look at the sector status scan just before the market opens. Tech has got an upgrade from BMO. Sophie is, I'm hearing Sophie, guys, SOFI. I saw Blinn this morning, Zach. Yeah, I saw it. Why didn't I really like it? Yeah, I saw it. Actually, I did not see it after hours. I mean, I do recall seeing it after hours a little bit, but then I saw this morning. I thought, okay. Certainly a low float. I think I saw all of this. I thought, it looked like too much resistance near term, but we'll have to see. But definitely the Marin is the one. I don't know if it takes out 11. It could get running. Take a look at some of the downgrades now. Okay, we have some Goldman is pretty active this morning. Very active this morning. Unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, I don't see multiple downgrades. But Goldman is pretty active this morning in downgrading some stocks. I'll just take a look at some of them. So they have downgraded VIR. Let's see if there's a common thread here. So let's just take a quick look. They've downgraded VIR. Okay, no reaction yet. They have downgraded HCM. So China stock, they've downgraded HCM. They've downgraded Frequency Therapeutics, FREQ. FREQ, they've downgraded FREQ. And well, so far it's moving higher. And they've downgraded FGEN, Fibrogen, FGEN. So this has been, I guess this has been impacted. Yeah, lowers price target. So they downgraded to sell and lowers price target to $11. Well, it's already there. So anyway, so they've downgraded FGEN. I think there was one more. Was it AXLA? Yeah, AXLA. AXLA. See if this one is down. Yeah, so it's really the FGen could be interesting. See if it pops off the 11 or continues down. Yeah, I can give you a promo code. Somebody's asking for a promo code. Actually, if you go to my homepage, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. If you go to my homepage and then click on Get Trade ID, first of all, you'll see a promo code for 15% off. And then if you just click Get Trade Ideas, you'll see how much Trade Ideas is right now, and you can use a 15% promo. So again, Gregory, if you go to my homepage, same thing. I post my homepage link in. Somebody asked for my setup. Post my homepage link in. Go to the scan section, and you'll see there is a sample scan, which looks a lot, or sample layout, which looks a lot like this, and also individual scans, including, of course, my favorite scan in history for me is the moving higher with unusually strong options. Okay, that is absolutely my favorite scan. Produced many winners yesterday. You know, it had a, what was it? No TV, NOTV. I don't think I've seen. They did. Was it some kind of a merger? Saw this action after hours. Went from 46 up to 50. Well, it already had moved. Morning, Dev. Yeah, I don't think I'd really seen this one before. I guess this was an IPO here, and just flat for months and months, several months, just doing absolutely nothing. And all of a sudden, yesterday had this massive pop. I didn't see this at all during the day. Will D888, I don't know what else I can say. I can say I love my option scan. Moving higher with unusually strong options, so you can certainly look at that one. That's from my homepage. Just click on my homepage tab right there. If you click on my homepage tab, you'll see my link is right there. Click on the link, and if you go to the scan section right here, click here. There's a sample layout, and this is the one I love. I mean, I'm not trying to force you to love it, but this is the one I love, moving higher with unusually strong options. Again, it doesn't mean that when you get an alert, you just pile into the trade. You have to, analyze it a little bit, take a look left, see if there's room. Though I was completely wrong about the rewalk yesterday. That came in the option scan at, I think, at around $1.68 or so. Maybe $1.70, RWLK. And I just looked at it and I said, I just don't like it that much, because I thought all this would block it right around that 2 level. The $1.90 to 2, I didn't think it had enough room, but man, it just exploded right through it. I mean, what did it get to? All the way up to 270. That was about $1 move on a $2 stock. Tremendous percentage move. All right, guys, let's get set for this open. We have about a minute to go. Just one moment, please. Oh, I do mainly day trading. Okay, I do. I mean, I am, mildly swinging that MRIN. See what happens. But I took that after hours. Somebody asked me, am I predominantly day trading, swing trading, combination? I would say about 99% day trading. But I do have this one from yesterday afternoon. All right, we are about 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are now open. Let's see what happens. Typically, I do not. No, it's my wife's birthday. Typically, I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. And let's see what happens. Okay, 8 are on the move, guys. Again, it's too early for me because I just see too many times stocks whip up and down the first 15 minutes. So I will miss those runners, the ones that keep running. Yes, I will miss them, but I'm prepared for that. Okay, so as I said, the mining stocks are alive today. FCX, Vail, Tech. Okay, now of course Sava is going to be in play probably most of the day. They've come out with data that they think is obviously good. They published it, and but again, the market pounded it down. AEMD holding the gap, holding the gap. I don't see any news on it. Again, it's very early. And we had a halt, VBNK. So we had a halt already. So this was hard to believe this is an IPO today already. I guess it is. Or is this a, looks too much like a SPAC, but I mean, 5.5 million shares at 10, which is typically the SPAC price. I don't know. I mean, is this an IPO today already? Well, I mean, I don't know how. I mean, you're in an active day trading room, okay? So the best way to follow around. I mean, we're going to talk about ideas all day long. There is another trading room that you can come into if you want to get a little more feel for it. There are 2 trading rooms. You're in the YouTube room. And you can come into this one. There's just more activity. It looks like this. Okay, a lot more activity, a lot more traders, a lot more action among traders. Well, DVAX on the move here, guys. DVAX. Now, Clover, are you trying to... there was some news about Clover this morning. Of course, this is a meme stock, CLOV. So it popped way up and it's pulled back. Again, typical first 15 minutes. Actually, this is a pre-market, 9 o'clock. They had some kind of a virus announcement. I thought they also had something about Medicare and Medicaid services approved Clover Health's expansion. All right, nothing from the option scan yet. It is early. This is just ripping here, guys. Let's see if I see any news on DVAX. No, it's interesting. I mean, Dynavax highlights news of Clover data for COVID using Dynavax. Okay, so maybe they had some kind of an arrangement going. Anyway, DVAX is just ripping here now, guys. You not really have this in the pre-market. I saw all this action, up, down, up, down, up, down, but wow. So it is just ripping here. Not a low float, 105 million in the float. Well, I have no idea what they emailed you. I'm sorry. I don't know what they emailed you. But the link I put in there is for that room, the other trading room. Yeah, Sophie's another high float, $500 million in the float. So this is a big float. Yeah, Jeffries initiated coverage with a buy and target of $25. I know somebody posted that earlier. Again, you know, it's early, guys. It's early. Things can happen, like up, down, up, down. That's what can happen. All right, so WKHS, again, requires further testing. So that happened right here. That was the news. I almost shorted this one. I was waiting for a really solid 7 break. Didn't happen. And it popped up. We'll see what happens later on. Let's stick an alert around 7. Just see if it gets back down there. All right, what is the market doing to start off with? So the Dow's up, Tech's up, SPY's up. When I say Tech. All right, guys, I'm out of the Marin. I'm out of the Marin. It did not have the follow through. So, you know, hovering around that 10 level. So, decided to take off. Now, what I'm going to do is just stick an alert at the high in the pre-market. Why would I do that? Well, again, it had this massive move, of course. It was a meme stock a couple of months ago. Got up to 27. The high over here is 1198. Just have to see if the WSB crew gets a hold of it again. You're welcome. Well, the only comment I had, of course, in the pre-market, it was up. I couldn't see any specific news on it, and so I don't know what's going on. I mean, I always think that 5, stock, it's at near 474. It might be a real struggle to get through 5. Just the psychological number. I'd be actually, the fact that I still don't see any news about it. It is a bio. My bias right now would be to short it. All right, this VBNK resumed on the way down. Yeah, it is shortable for me also at Interactive Brokers, but hard to believe this was an IPO released already. And where are they out of? Maybe that's the clue. Where are they out of? Canadian Bank. Oh, they're out of Canada. Okay. So if this truly is an IPO, or is this one of those stocks that was listed on a Canadian exchange and now is just doing a listing on a U.S. exchange? I just don't know enough about them. No, initial public offering in the United States and public offering in Canada. So, interesting. Well, that was after hours yesterday, Eric. Just around $8. For the Marin, MRIN, that was after hours yesterday. Okay, I'm sticking an alert around 1530 for ATER, ATER. The next high looking left, if it can somehow take that out, is 1668. So that's the next high looking left. So it would have some room. Yes, Eric, yes, yes. So I was watching after hours, got in right around here, sold most of it in this area up here, and I just held a piece just in case it did something crazy like it did a couple of months ago. But I'm out of it now. All right, WKHS continues down, I do believe. Yeah, it continues down. ARQQ halted on the way up. Wow, what a run this has been on. Look at this run this ARQQ has been on. I don't see any specific, I don't think I've ever seen any specific news about it. Obviously now it's an all-time high. I hear WIMI, yes, I do hear it. When I say I hear it, I've got text to voice. I do trade after hours on Interactive Brokers, yes. LPTX, another one. Again, it's a little early. I'm just waiting for that first 15 minutes to see if things settle down. But LPTX, this has been on a nice run. And it is not a crazy low float, not a crazy high float. Not if you've got volume, Dajan. I mean, the after hours trading I do is coming, from the Trade Ideas scan. So, I mean, some of these things after hours are trading millions of shares. So, I'm not going to take. And I always, the first thing I do when I get an alert, I check the spread. If the spread is crazy, I just disregard it. But typically, and I also have a volume minimum. All right, so we have a red bar forming, that first 15-minute candle. So we have a bit of a little sell-off here. We had a nice pop in the market after this is the gap up now, but the first 15-minute candle is red. We'll just have to see what happens here. Most of the stocks that I have thumbnailed on my thumb are all moving down right now. Some of the high flyers pre-market are all moving down. Nothing from my option scanner yet. And we have ARQQ resuming. Man, oh man. And look at that float, 10 million, and you got to be so careful. 10 million in the float. Where are they out of? So they're out of London. So this is, man, that's a very, very low float. So you got to be awfully careful if you're going to do anything like that. Remember Hellbiz from yesterday, HLBZ? Well, we harassed our provider. Now we have float information for HLBZ. Yesterday we didn't have a float information. All right, FGen continues down here, guys. Now, this was a Goldman downgrade. They downgraded it, and they put put an $11 price target, but this is obviously below. And it's a lifetime low now for FGen. Boy, this FGEN takes out 10. Look out below. I mean, this is an all-time low. This is definitely being whacked by the Goldman downgrade. I shied off on this one. This can be absolutely insane, this disc B. Yeah, I mean, I back off this one. I know it halted 36,000 shares, though. You know, this happens every now and then with this stock. Yeah, so what you're seeing here is something in the simulator. Okay, and I am swinging in the simulator for this FUSE. The BOEX, the same sort of thing, hasn't moved yet. What the hell? Give me a moment. Well, I don't know what to say, Solomon, because I'm looking at FinViz as an example. They have shares outstanding 43 million. Okay, so they don't have any short float data. But the shares outstanding at 43. I guarantee we can go to 10 different websites. We'll probably get 10 different numbers. So I'm not sure what to say. No, I wouldn't only believe trade ideas on the float. No, absolutely not. I'm not. Believe me, I'm not trying to defend trade ideas in that regard. Just give me a moment here. I want to see something. Ija, are you in the room? I don't see any. I don't see any float data for ARQQ in Interactive Brokers, as an example. I'm just looking where you told me in the fundamental. Check ARQQ in that fundamental area that you told me. I couldn't see anything, Ija, for ARQQ at Interactive Brokers. So I do see we have 3 from the AI right now. I'm not interested just because it's out of the price range I like. Ater, guys, there it goes, Ater, ATER. Well, no, I mean, we don't care about the number of shares outstanding. We're looking for the float data, yes, not the shares outstanding. But FinViz has 48 million outstanding. I'm not even sure. I don't have the outstanding because I don't care about that. I just care about the float itself. $122, but that's outstanding, right, Ija? What, does it have float data? The reason we're talking about this is because we have in the float, our provider has 10 million in the float. Well, that doesn't seem right. Boy, it's all over the place, and I don't know what to say. Because if you go to FinViz, then shares outstanding they've got is 48 million. So, anyway, we have to move on. All right, so we did have an alert from the option scanner for WIMI, W-I-M-I at 448. Mentioned it earlier. I just have this feeling at 5 might be really tough for it to get through, but I will stick the alert again at 450 and see if I can take it out. This is an earnings play, even though we have it tomorrow before the market opens. I guess they either released early. The next high looking left though is 460 and then 5. So there's, a little bit to get through. Oh, I have no idea. I'm being asked a question, do I think Ader or... I have no idea. If I get a question like, do I think it's going higher? Do I think something's going lower? I can't, I don't know. I'm sorry. Because I want to say yes, and then you take it. I mean, look, Ader's got room. That's all I can say. You look left on the on the daily chart. The next high is 1668. So, I mean, could it get there? Sure. But I'm certainly not predicting it's going to. All right, so there you go, Ija. You see? It's all over the place, isn't it? In terms of the float for ARQQ. All right, AEMD now is on the move. It showed up on the option scanner. Now, again, you look left, 548 is the next high. Could that block it? And then after that, 550. So you've got some little bit of, maybe some resistance right around that 550 level. If it can get through that, then 6. I just wish this weren't here, that's all. However, I was wrong, certainly very wrong on the rewalk yesterday, thinking that some of that resistance might come into play. Well, the market is basically voting on Sava, and they're saying those results that you posted this morning, we just don't give a rip. Look at this. Look at this. $68 back down to 53 from whence it came this morning. Look at that. Give me a moment here. I actually thought I would, let me going here, limit offset 12, risk management. Ah, oh, I have no idea. LPTX, I didn't see there was an offering. Announced its pricing, okay. What was the price? Announced its pricing of the 90 million. 285. So yeah, I mean the market doesn't care. You know, the fact that I don't know what you mean. Yahoo still has that news. What do you mean IB took the news down? I still see it. I don't know what you mean by that. IB took the news down. I still see it as a headline in IB. Oh, I see. Oh, I can't answer that. I'm just looking at my headlines. You know, I always have my headlines up for IB. All right, let's take a look at WIMI to see if it's come back to the 448. Not yet. So I'm just biding my time here, guys. I mean, the AEMD, I mean, it's interesting. It's holding. The pre-market high was what, 548? Has this to get through, you know, that 548 to 550 level. If it can do it, you know, it has a shot to get to the 6th level. Again, I'm wondering, I don't see any specific news on it. Yeah, I didn't have time to take a look at the sector status this morning. Well, you're on your own in Sava, Joe. I mean, Sava had news this morning. You know, they're trying to really defend their entire position. So, I mean, it worked for a while. It went up from 53 up to 68, but the market is just slamming it again. So, you know, it's just a highly emotional play right now. Meanwhile, Corvus with that, I don't know what to call it, interesting press release this morning disclosing data from July, which maybe people misinterpreted. Maybe people thought this was data for today and they slammed the stock down. Then they realized, well, wait a minute, they're just showing data from July that had already been kind of published before. Anyway, I am confused. I know William sort of, you know, mentioned something about it, but I am a little bit confused on the CRVS. Yeah, Marin is just collapsing. So, you know, it was a good shot, I think. It was a good shot just in case it did something like this. If those WSB, the crew got a hold of it. Here's an earnings play, INNV, all-time low. Boy, watch this one, guys. All-time low. Nothing's holding this up, of course. It's an all-time low. It's below 9. This could be one of those drift down all day. I mean, ahead of earnings. It released earnings after hours yesterday, right here. No big reaction. It's a low float, 18.9 million in the float. We have another halt. DRMA just got halted. DRMA just got halted on the way up. Big one yesterday too. You see what happened. It got right up to the halt price, 573. It sold off down to 5. That's where it closed. It's now just almost above the price. Yeah, AEMD is not looking that good. I have my alert set. I don't think it did not trigger it. I always like to see, even if the news is fluffy, I like to see some news for a reason a stock is going up, just to maintain some interest, but I actually am I'm still kind of interested in the AEMD if it kind of recovers here. The trigger was at 535, so it's not that far below it. It's just, it's just got to get back up to this level here. Any? Haven't seen any today, so let's take a look at any. Relative volume, no, nothing shaking. Yeah, I don't really see anything in any. I mean, it's up, 19 cents, but don't see any specific. I do see yesterday, I guess right at 4 o'clock. No, that was 4 in the morning. An order for 60,000 BTC at Antminer. So this is a crypto play, but they didn't really budget. All right, AEMD is coming right back up, guys. I'm going to try to have a little more faith in my option scanner today for some of these ones that I think have some resistance nearby. I'm just going to want to, I want to follow it. WKSP, I know it's in my scanner here. So let's take a look left. Left is 875. 875 is the next high looking left. So Zach's talking about 80 is a level. Yeah, I mean 875 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. All right, guys, AEMD is come right back. WIMI has not, though. WIMI has not. I have my alert set right up here around 450. See if it gets back up to that level. What is that? Now, here you guys talking about DATS, D-A-T-S. Don't see it anywhere in my scans. The reason being, the relative volume just a little bit light, and it has to. Most of mine have 3 as the min. But it's almost an all-time high. So I'm going to stick an alert at that all-time high of 916, see if it takes it out later on. I'm actually just kind of waiting on that FGen to see if it takes out 10 also. That's that big downgrade by Goldman. All-time low now for FGen. And DRMA just opened. Let's see where to open at. So big pop here on the open. This is got halted. Next high looking left is 589 or so. So it's just at that level. If it can break through that, then the next high is 650. We have no float information. Well, this is the one I can't even, FinViz doesn't even have it listed as a stock. So I don't know what to make of DRMA. I really don't. Wow, Sava is just getting destroyed now, guys. Sava is getting destroyed. Well, it's getting closer. Yeah, there's the VWAP for, okay, 427 is the VWAP for WIMI. Getting a little bit closer. AEMD is driving me crazy. It keeps it keeps approaching that 540 mark. Nothing in the AI interests me. All way outside the price range I like to trade the AI, so yeah. All right, guys. Well, this fuse is starting to work again. I don't know. I think they have a meeting. I don't know if it's today or. I'm trying to. I don't know when this meeting is where the merger is finalized with MoneyLion. All right, well, so far nothing shaking from the option scanner really. Is AAMD, I mean, I'm going to hold on, just in case it takes out that 540 again. That's where the alert was. But right now, I mean, it's just kind of chopping around. No, why did it? So the two I'm concentrating on are AEMD, maybe finally taking out that 540 again, and the FGen if it takes out 10. Yeah, this actually is showing up on the options. I mean but it's all over the place. I mean, it's showing up in the option scanner down. I just have a tough time reading this one. All right, well, AEMD, are you going to do it now? Boy, look at this choppiness on the 5 minute chart. It just has to take this out. I mean, the high right around here, 550. All right, AEMD is looking like it wants to take it out now. All right, guys, AEMD on the move now. Can it? I don't know if it can get through 6 or up near 6. I mean, that's the next big area. If you took it, today is my faith day for my auction scanner. And not worrying as much about, the resistance that I might see, on a daily. There it goes, guys. Patience, patience, patience. All right, so I've taken some out of the AEMD in case it cannot get through 6. Okay, I mean, there it is. There is the next high, 597. So I've taken some out of this. So now concentrating on the WIMI in case it comes back up to that 550 level. I have my alert set up here. I'm not going to anticipate that it is. All I'm doing, sticking a price alert there. If it does, great. If it doesn't, just move on. And you look at the float, guys. So for AEMD, so there's the float. Now we have anyway, 15 million. It's traded 40 million. I've been sharing this one. The float turnover, AEMD at 2.6 right now. What does that mean? Divide the float into the volume and you get 2.6. So the float is turned over and it's going to increase, of course, 2.6 times. Well, I mean, if the stock has 15 million in the float, okay, so you know what the float is. That's the available number of shares that can be traded, okay? So if it trades the float, as we call it, and multiple times, that means this stock is super in play. You know, I mean, people are really interested in it for whatever reason. I still can't even find any news on AEMD. So that's why, you know, we call it float rotation. So a stock that has 15 million in the float that's traded 41 million. So it's traded the float 2.7 times, 2.7 times. So it's just another way of zeroing in on stocks that are, you know, having abnormal activity for the day. I mean, if you're trying to trade intraday, that's what you want. You want to, you know, you don't want to get into something that's not trading very much, right? So it's just another way of looking at stocks trading really abnormally. Well, I'm gonna wait on the AEMDs. Excuse me. I mean, if it can take out this, if it can take out 6, look out, guys. The next highs looking left are what, 619, 622. So the only other one that is trading the float on the way down though is Marin. You know, 14 million in the float. It's traded 56 million shares. So I mean, again, super active. Now it's on the way down, but you know, it's zeroing in on stocks that are super active. HUT. Let's take a look. HUT. Oh yeah, Bitcoin play. I think I can say now. I mean, you're in chase mode now. Doesn't trade options. I'm sorry, it does trade options, but excuse me. In my scanner, that option percent that you see, 36%, that would have to be 300% before I will see it. Has to be. So it's not trading abnormally in terms of options. So that's why it will never show up. Shouldn't say never, but certainly not today. Don't see any news on HUT, but it's a Bitcoin play. So FLGC, floral growth cannabis play. Starting to, I just saw some information on it. Hosted a CEO fireside discussion yesterday. I don't know how, I guess it didn't really do much. Stitch Fix, SFIX. No, actually, okay. I was actually thinking it might fade from here, but it's a pretty decent earnings play. Had the big earnings release, or had its earnings release after hours. That's that mauve area right here. Sold off a little bit, but is almost right back up to the after hours high, which was 42.47. Very slow day in the options count. Yesterday we had a lot, you know, probably too many. I mean, I like to have it less than 10 just to try to focus on, you know, fewer alerts. All right, well, there's the WIMI. Well, we have float info, AEMD. I'm just looking right there, 15 million in the float. So I don't know what you're looking at, April. Okay, WIMI's getting interesting again. Okay, WIMI is getting interesting again. You know, it takes out 450. I mean, it doesn't have that much room, but you know, maybe it's not going to matter. 460 is the next high, and then after that, we've got 5. So yeah, FGen is getting weaker and weaker. That definitely that Goldman downgrade is hurt it, but it is below their their price target of 11. All right, guys. Well, while I'm waiting for WIMI to see if it really wants to break through that 550 mark, welcome to the room if you're new to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. WIMI. Boy, sometimes it's tough to trade and talk. But I'll do the best I can. All right. I always like to start off by showing you my home page. Keeping an eye on different... Anyway, there's my homepage link. Okay, lots of information there. Save my homepage link, lots of information. My homepage tab is available right here, of course, all day long. The link is in there also. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you'll see. So we have 4 plans, okay? You want to take out a subscription right now. You can use Barry for Alpha, 15% off. This will give you an idea about how much Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans, annual, monthly for premium and standard. Big difference is the AI, okay, which I'll go over in a bit. Nothing really shaking today with it. Premium is $22.68 a year on an annual basis, minus the 15%. The standard is $10.68 a year, minus the 15%. Again, the big difference is the AI. You don't have to go annual. You want to go month to month, that's fine. Standard $118, premium $228, less the 15%. Discount's only good for the first month, all right? So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. Now, before I talk about all the information that you can find on my homepage, I do want to pop in the test drive link. We get a lot of questions about, well, do you have free trials? No. But this is about as close as you're going to get to a free trial. Just give me a moment as I post the link in. Okay, so if you click on the test drive link, this is what you'll see. So for $11.11, actually starts on the 11th also. So that is a Monday. You'll get 10 trading days with Trade Ideas for $11.11, okay? As long as you can run it from the 11th to the 22nd. I don't want to mislead anybody. If you can only start on the 12th or the 13th, you'll get fewer days. The only way to get 10 full days if you start on the 11th and go to the 22nd, okay? Those are 10 full trading days. And you'll have access to our full premium service. If you sign up now, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. So please do not harass our poor support people and say, hey, I just signed up, where's my data? It doesn't, please read, it doesn't start until the 11th. Once the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. Okay, there's nothing for you to do. And no, we do not automatically put you into a subscription. Okay, when it's over, it's over. So it's a great way to try us out. Again, $11.11. If you have our standard subscription and you want to try us out, you want to try the premium service out for those 10 trading days, you can do so also for the $11.11. Okay, so that's the test drive. Okay, so going back to my homepage, we went over how to take out a subscription. Now, lots of information on my homepage. So these 3 sections are free: the trade of the week, the stock of the day video that I do at noon, and the education section. So let's take a look. So trade of the week, you can sign up for it. It'll be sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Again, I do my stock of the day video at noon every day, all times Eastern. And then education. If you are going to take the test drive, please at least familiarize yourself a little bit about trade ideas before you start. You have the 20 introductory lessons, goes over what is a top list, building them, alert windows, creating them, etc. So lots of the basic features are explained here. So before you take the test drive, do yourself a favor and at least get a little bit accustomed to what you're getting into. I cannot believe how many people take the test drive and say, I don't even know what your program is. So anyway, daily support sessions. Today is Wednesday, so today in our YouTube room, I take a break at around noon. So in our YouTube room, Steve Gomez will be there between 12 and 1. So before I do take my break at noon, I will put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there. Of course, it's the free trading room here. Daily webinars. We're on the Tuesday-Thursday cycle, so there's not one today. So we're on cycles now, Tuesday and Thursday 1 week, Monday and Wednesday the next week. So today we're on the Tuesday-Thursday, but you can sign up for them all here. More educational videos about trade ideas, how to start your program from scratch, information about the AI. Great little series here. This is all about if you're new to trading. Okay, if you're new to trading, starts off with what is a stock? Great little 36-part video series. I would encourage you, if you're brand new to trading, to take a look at it. And we have some ebooks here that we created. So a lot of information on my homepage, including my scan section. So you have to be a subscriber, obviously, for my scans. I have a sample layout here. And then this is my favorite one, moving higher with unusually strong options, but I have other scans. All right, so a lot of information on my home page. Save the link, especially these 2 sections, lots of info. Save the link, and then you can take a look at these whenever you want. Maybe it's not posted yet, Eric. They're usually posted the same day at some point. I can't, maybe for some reason, maybe it just didn't get posted. I don't know. I'll check later, okay? Well, let me just check now. Yeah, I don't see it there. I don't know why it's not there. Okay, I just asked, maybe they just forgot to post it or something. Yeah, you have to log in every day. Okay, I mean that's one of the reasons why people will go to it. I mean, it's obviously easier to get into the YouTube room, but this is the link to get into the. I have to do the same thing. I've got to click a million times before I can get into the trading room. This is the link, okay, for the trading room. It should not say the session is expired. I mean, we've got a ton of people in the room, so. Okay, guys. On a specific ticker. Well, I mean, if you're okay, okay, I'm just watching WIM. I want it to explode now. All right, so you see the AEMD, it just really struggled to get through 6, and it didn't. And there goes WIMI. You see how it struggled to get through 6? Right to that level. Isn't it amazing how that happens? 597 was the high looking left, and it got up to 599. And then it stalled. And there's the WIMI, guys. Just a minute, please. Okay. I've got my. Well, I mean, for a specific stock, I mean, yes. I mean, you can create a symbol list and just have that specific stock in there. Okay. I mean, I probably wouldn't do that, and then, you know what? You got to give me a moment here. I'm trying to see if this WIMI is going to. I wouldn't complicate it, Pickles. You know what? I just wouldn't complicate things so much. I mean, looking at a specific stock to see if it's up or down 2%, you can have a change from 2% using the our range, or our change from the open or change from the close, and you'll see the stocks that are doing that. If you look at WIMI. So off the top of my head, no. To say it's up 2% and get a trigger when it is, no. Come on, take out 5. If you listen, guys, if you took that WIMI, just be so aware of that 5. And meanwhile, WKSP is on the move also. All right. Well, I'll tell you what I've done with the W. I've taken some out. Sometimes I just don't have the faith that it's going to take out a whole number like 5. Which I think is significant in terms of a psychological break. And if I look left, the next high is 506. So I've taken some out, in case it can't do it. I'm not saying you should do the same thing, but. And the FGen guys broke down through 10. Today's a tough day for me to talk about trade ideas in general because there's so much happening right when I'm doing at 10:20 when I'm trying to do all this. and WKSP, I mean, I didn't get it. I did not get it. I mean, I see it. The trigger was 843, and man, it got up to 9 almost, just like that. I did not get it. That's the one I couldn't get because I was talking. I mean, look at this, guys. I mean, you want to concentrate just on a few stocks. No, I'm not saying you don't have to take the trade the minute you get the alert. It's a watch list. So I mean, WIMI, it took a while before it, broke through 448 again. But when it did, I mean, it's almost up to 5. Same thing with the AEND. It took a while, almost got up to 6. WKSP, I think, kind of went almost immediately. So I mean, that's why I love that scan. And if you're new to trading and you just want to concentrate on a few stocks for the day, you could do far worse than just concentrating on that scan. No. The option scanner. Unusually strong options volume. Just go to my homepage, go to the scan section, and you can have it. You too can have this scan, okay? Moving higher with unusually strong options. Yeah, wait, if you act now, I'll throw in a free subscription to the trading room. I shouldn't say that, because then people think there's actually costs. This is a free room all the time. I shouldn't joke like that. Somebody who's new. Yeah, so when you load it, you will only see the last one, okay? If you're just loading this now, you'll only see the last one. That's just the way it works. If you do a history, you'll see them all, but if you're just loading it now, you'll only see the last one. Well, another one, guys, ONTX. Wow, let's see, ONTX, 708. So, you're looking at ONTX, what do you see? Look left. What's the next high looking left? Is 708. Now, it did hit in the pre-market. It got up to 655. So, that can be a bit of a magnet also. But if you discount the pre-market, the next sorry, that's on a monthly chart. Take a look on a daily chart. 626. So that is kind of where it got to, or that's where it is right now. Guys, I don't know what to say. I mean, guys, 624 and now it's at what, 648? I mean, these are fantastic percentage moves. But don't kid yourself. I'm not saying these are going to last all day. Okay, guys. Well, I guess I have to. I'm going to go over some of this. So again, you're new to this room. Welcome to the room. This is the format: Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen, live on the mic. Go to my homepage. Lots of information there, including all the scans that I'm sharing. And especially this one. Do yourself a favor. If you only want one scan, take this one. Now, I'm not saying every single day, every single alert is going to, produce a huge winner. But as a watch list to, just focus on a few stocks for the day, you could do far worse. That make sense? All right. What is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. This is an example of a scan. Basic new highs and lows. If I click on Configure, Summary, this is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. So if you're a new subscriber and you want to create your own scans, this is what you would always start off with the filters. Get the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So in this scan, this is what I'm looking for. Doesn't really matter what, in this one I'm looking for stocks between 1 and 20, current volumes at least 8, which means it's trading 8 times normal up to this point of the day, minimum 400,000 shares, etc. The numbers aren't important, it's just the concept that you start off with filters and then you have a trigger. So if a stock makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks. Okay? Now, one of the great things about Trade Ideas, you do not have to know a programming language. If I right-click, click on Configure, and search, here are all the alerts that we have. Of course, I'm not going to go over them all, but all the alerts, when we see these icons, these are the filters. So again, if you want to create your own scans, we feel we have enough alerts and filters that you can create the right combination for you to see the type of scan you're looking for. But you don't have to learn a programming language. Come on, WIM, I just take out 5. See the struggle? I mean, it's just a number, right? It's just a number. Now, granted, there was a little high over here at 506, but it's just a number like any other number, except some numbers are more psychological than others. 5, 10, any whole number, but 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, etc. They're just psychological to get through. All right, I'm just going to go over the AI. No, actually what I should do before that is go over our channel bar. So I've already said that if you don't want to create your own scans, I'm sharing a lot of scans. You're new to Trade Ideas and you just don't want to create your own scans. Well, I'm sharing a lot of scans, and also if you click on the docked channel bar option, these are all themed channels. So for instance, if I go to the Momentum channel, and by the way, if you're not on the latest production version of Trade Ideas, do so, because now you can load a channel and your layout will not disappear. Okay? So if I look at this Momo channel, so here's the ONTX, I can right click, take a look at what it's looking for. Summary, so I can see what it's looking for. If I didn't like, you can always tweak it if you want. If you don't like the price range, you can create another price range, say 10 and 100. Okay, if I click on the summary, you see how it's changed. Now, just a word about that. When you make a change in the channel bar and you remain on the channel, your change is reflected. But if you leave the channel and then come back, you might say, hey, I made a change. How come it's not still there? The reason being is that the channels are for everybody, okay? So the fact that you want to make a change to something doesn't mean that everybody else wants the same change. But this is what typically, again, if you don't want to create your own scans and you start going through the different channels, you can start extracting scans that you might like. You save them to the cloud, go on to the next channel. Stocks are surging. You might like this one called the action is heating up. Okay. You might like this one. Again, you save it to the cloud. How? You have to look at the lessons, okay? It'll show you how you save things to the cloud. So if you take out individual windows that you might like, and then you can start bringing them back from the cloud. You just file load from cloud, and you will see them. Just highlight it, load, highlight the next one, load, etc. In that way, you can build your own layout without having created a scan from scratch. So we try to make it very easy on you. Okay? So what I'm doing with the ONTX is resetting the alert where it was. Again, you can use this like a watch list all day long. Okay, ONTX, I mean, look, 14 million in the float, it's traded 33 million. You will see that a lot of the ones that are in the float turnover are also going to appear here. That's because a normal activity is happening. I don't know, but if it ever takes out 5, look out. Is it going to take out 5? I mean, I know it's over 5. I know it's over 5 right now, but I'm just waiting to see if it really takes out 5 in a big way. And remember, it's an earnings play, so it should be active all day long. Oh, I don't know if they're usually. I mean, you have to check. Somebody's asking me, are these option scans good for swings? I mean, like anything else, for me to swing anything, it has to close well. It has to close near its high. It doesn't have to be right at the penny. And then I have to look left, and I have to see if there's still room for it to go. So that'll be up to you. Okay, you just have to see how it closes at the end of the day, and then if you think it still has room based on the higher time frames, then you can make a determination whether you think you want to swing it or not. So, I mean, look at the ONTX. I mean, again, these are not, the WIMI could be a little bit longer hold only because it does have really specific news, earnings, and, for whatever reason, I don't know, I didn't even read it. All I know is they released. All I care about is the reaction, okay? I don't dive into the earnings report. People are, probably they're losing money, and it doesn't really matter, It's the reaction to the report that matters. That's all that matters. I mean, even the WKSP, it's been a little bit choppy, but man, I mean, 843 on the alert. It got all the way up to 893. It pulled almost back down to the alert price, and now it's starting to move again. So you use this like a watch list. Don't get too hung up on, wow, do I have to take the trade right away? No, I didn't take any of these right away. I waited to see how they were trading. Well, what a mess that Sava is. Just give me a moment, please, guys. I have to change my headset. Just give me a moment. All right, I'm back. Yeah, so my research, I mean, if you're talking, I don't know what other option scanner you're using from a different provider, but I mean, when I say research, I mean, I know I mean, I know WIMI had earnings, but I don't care about what the earnings said. All I care about is what the reaction was. But did I take the trade right away? No. So that was my kind of researching what the chart was looking like. The other ones, I don't even think ONTX. I'm not even sure that had any news. Yeah, okay, encouraging data. Did have some news. So I don't know what you mean by research exactly. My research is more about how it's trading. And the bonus is if it has some news associated with it. Oh, I see. Okay. Exactly. Not taking every trade, certainly not at the time of the alert. You don't have to. It's not designed that way. Yeah, I mean, what a thumping for Sava. I mean, here's your news in the morning, all right? I'm trying to tease you here, it's just not loading. Okay, so here's your news. Announces top line results, etc. Looks good, 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 right? Stock pops. That was when that news was released. The stock pops. Market just trashing it. I mean, what a you're talking something went from 69 down to 49. You're talking a $20 drop. Boy, the Traders Vault. You must be in an old. No, I mean some of them are fairly obvious. I think the way they're named, but no, there isn't, Gregory. But all you have to do is right click on a strategy and configure and check the summary. It'll tell you what it's looking for. Okay. So this is the one I'm not in, guys. The WKSP, because I was doing my spiel, so I missed it. Yes, I could have got back in, or could have got it here, but not in the WKSP. The Traders Vault actually, Gregory, has been discontinued. It's not didn't make it into our new channel bar. So no, I can't tell you. But most of them aren't they sort of named in a way like bull flag forming and things like that. But to be honest, just do a little bit of work on your own, and just all you have to do is right click, configure, summary, and then you'll see the filters. You'll see what it's looking for. Okay. So when you say trading in the simulator, are you talking about looking at past trades, D88? Okay, so if you don't see calendar, let me just close this down. Yeah, something's going on here. So if you don't have calendar, just click on new and calendar. Okay, so when you click on calendar, and if you, I think it's double left click on the date, you'll see your past trades even in the simulator. Okay, double left click. Okay, it might even be a single, I don't know. No, it's a double left click. So make sure, all you have to do is have your calendar tab, and you access that from new, not the toolbar. Oh, you must be in a way older version then, yes. Download the latest one from the website, okay? Yeah, you're sure though. If you click on new, you do not see calendar tab as an option. Okay. All right, guys. So I am totally out of the Wimmy. I mean, it did take out the 5 level for a while, but I'm totally out of this now. Look at the market. What a nice surge in the market. 2 o'clock today is FOMC. Not that that really matters to most of the stuff that we look at. But look at the market. Wow, 400 techs up. No disconnect today. All right, time for me to take a breather. I mean, that was, I was just bound and determined today to really concentrate on my own. I mean, I try every day, but of course, I am talking and I'm explaining things, but I wanted to, so the only one I did not take was the WKSP, which is too bad because it probably, take a look here, look left here, 875, so it's above that. Now, a lot of resistance. Let's see, where's the next high looking left on the daily? 906. Next high looking left, 890. So there's, the little areas around here that could stall it. It's a low float. Where are they out of? Ontario, Canada. In Canada. Ija, did that Marin? I think it did, didn't it? It came. You were talking in the YouTube room. I think you mentioned some kind of a turn for MRIN. I think it turned for you the way you wanted it to. I think. My Mind, MYMD. All right, give me one moment. Doggone it. Sorry about that. I was on mute for all my wonderful explanations about everything. uh, okay, well, what I was saying is that I have an alert set up here for Marin at 11. Why would I wait $2? Only because if I look left, this is what happened 2 months ago. Okay, so if those WSB guys get a hold of it again, you know, I had a fluffy press release, whatever, with Google in the press release, so that's what caused the pop after hours. And there's the pre-market high. Takes that out. Hey, anything could happen. So, okay, guys, there's the ONTX back up. Remember, watch list. It's a watch list. So this is in the simulator, and I think I told you, I am swinging this in my real account, this fuse, but this is in the simulator, okay? And just a word, I mean, I should talk about this right now, okay? This is a window called Brokerage Plus. And oh boy, ONTX, look at the pop, guys. Look at the pop. Again, I don't know how many times, and I'm not nagging, but use this like a watch list, okay? I am nagging. Use it like a watch list. So we had an initial pop all the way up to this level. It pulled back. When it got back up to the trigger point again of 624, you could set an alert and see if it moves again. Okay, you know, as a watch list, remember, I mean, this has traded the float 2.6 times now. It's going to be active all day. All right, well, this is the simulator. Now you can use this to trade if you want to. This is called Brokerage Plus. You must be on our app, a downloadable application, not available in the web-based version. So you can actually use this if you want to trade from within Trade Ideas. I'm going to put a link in here. It's going to show you how. Oh, it may not be completely done. Absolutely. You know why? Because it's a watch list. All right, so I put the Brokerage Plus link in here, okay? So if you click on it, there are two videos. The first video shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? Number one. If you don't have an E-Trade account or Interactive Brokers account, you can still use Trade Ideas. We work with any scanner, okay? We work with any brokerage platform. We're a scanner, that's what we do. So it doesn't matter who your broker is. It just means that if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, you can't use this option. That's all. I don't use it. I trade from within IB. You don't have to use it. Why I don't use it is because I use it to show you the simulator in action. Okay, so now as a simulator, if you're new to trading, please, before you trade with your money, your real hard-earned money, practice trading. That's why we have this simulator here. It uses our real-time data. It doesn't matter who your broker is, because it's using our real-time data. You don't even need a broker, okay? If you just want to, practice trading before you even decide on who your broker is, you can use the simulator. And you just click on sim and now you're in simulation mode. The only other thing you have to do, I think it says something like account here. You just click on it and then I think beside it, it'll say simulated trading default. Okay, now you can practice trading. Let's say I wanted to trade WIMI, W-I-M-I. But I want to trade it if it pulls all the way back down to here. And I'm just showing the mechanics of how you can do something like that, okay? So you pick how many shares you want. What did I say? The price around 450. Let's just say I wanted to take it if it pulled back down to 450. Again, this is just the mechanics of how to do it. So you would type 450 in both the price and the stop box. And I'm going to click the buy button, and you'll see a blue line will appear on the charts. So if WIMI goes down to 450, it'll take the trade. That's how you can practice, taking a trade on a pullback. Now, at some point, if I look at it and say, you know what, I don't like the way it's trading anymore, or the market's crashing, or whatever, I can just go to the orders, and I can just highlight it, highlight the order, and cancel it. Okay? Now, I just want to take a trade, just briefly talk about money management and all, the concept of placing stops. And by the way, you can see right here, this fuse was taken, I think, last week. So if you don't get out of a trade, if you in the simulator, of course, if you're trading IB, if you're using this to trade your Interactive Brokers account or your E-Trade account, if you don't get out of the trade at the end of the day, here's how you can practice swing trading. Okay, so you can see my entry was at 10:23. It's at 11:31. So obviously I'd be up $500 approximately. Today, up $275. But if I exited this trade right now, I'd be up, I would have made $500 in the simulator. Again, I have taken this in my real account. But I'm just pointing this out. These are hotkeys. So if I want to get out of a trade, I just highlight it and flatten it, or I could get out of half the trade, or I could double my position. I'm just going to take a trade and show you about money management a little bit. Wow, look at this, Sophie. Oh boy. Now even I haven't paid any attention. I can't. There's so many things going on for me. But this is my watch list. I haven't paid any attention to it. I don't know. I mean, I can tell right off the bat that Sophie, obviously, there was the alert at 1637, at 1680 now. Of course, the Ontex, the WIMI, the AEMD. I don't know what the HUT did from 805. I mean, heck, my watch list is performing also. 970 for the JCS. Let's see what it did. Didn't do too much. Aider at 1550. I don't think that moved off 1550. WKSP, of course, it moved off the 825. It got up to what? 910. The Verdun, VRDN. What did you do? Well, even this one. So even my watch list is performing today. The initial reason for creating a watch list was, again, to get people to focus, especially if you're new to trading, just on a very few number of alerts for the day. And again, like everything else, it doesn't mean when you get the alert, you just pile into the trade. You have an alert, now you can, again, this requires a little bit of, that's why we're saying practice in the simulator, a little bit of, chart reading experience. Take a look left. Does it still have room to move before it hits the next high? Looking on a daily chart. If you don't see anything on the daily, check the weekly. If you don't see anything on the weekly, check the monthly. And on the downside, I don't know what EDSA did, 785. What did it get down to? 760. So on the downside, nothing really shook on the EDSA. I'm just trying to look for one that... All right, look, would I take this? No, it's extended, right? I mean, hopefully you understand. I mean, this is pretty extended, but I just want to show you some money management. And I might get stopped out immediately because it's a fairly expensive stock and it's pretty extended. I just want to show you what I'm talking about when I talk about money management. So I'm going to buy 500 shares. I'm going to buy it right at the market. So you see it right there. So it took the trade at 1681. I'm going to add the stop order, but again, if you're new to trading, maybe you're not familiar with the concept of, guess what? Not every trade works. Okay? So the way I trade, I always have a stop. I have a price where I'm getting out of the trade when I don't think it's working anymore. So how do I personally determine that price? I look at a chart and I size it up where I think there is a support area, such that if it broke down through that support area, I want to be out of the trade. So if I look at, say, a 5-minute chart right there, I would say 1650, right there on a 5. If it broke down through that, I should be out of the trade. It's almost the same, right at that 2-minute. You look at all the action right there. If it took that out. Now, so why didn't I place it right there, the stop, at 1652 instead of 1661? I'm just trying to make the math super simple, and I want to really talk quickly because I may get stopped out almost immediately, okay? So again, that's where the practices are going to come in, knowing where to place a stop. Some might place a stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle or the previous 15-minute candle. You have to get comfortable with how you're going to place your stops, and it's only going to come with practice. So let's assume, though, that eventually you start to say, okay, I'm getting a feel for where I should place my stops, and that's where I should be out of a trade. Now, that'll share size you. I don't go into trading saying, well, I'll take 100 shares every trade, 300 shares every trade, or a fixed number of shares every trade. My share size is based on the difference between where I get in this case, 1681, where I would get stopped out, 1661. Again, I wanted to make the math easy. That's 20 cents. So how much am I prepared to risk on the trade? You notice it says minus $100. So if I get stopped out at 1661, I'll lose $100 on the trade. That's how much I was prepared to risk on the trade. If you have a $5,000 account, I'm hoping you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. In the simulator, I'm always risking $100 a trade. I like to make the math super simple. In your account, maybe you're only going to risk $50 a trade or $75. Maybe you have a bigger account size, you can risk $200. But if you're starting out, I would start out with, a low amount just to get a feel for trading. So again, risking $100. So why 500 shares? Well, the difference between where I got in and where the stop is 20 cents. If I divide 20 cents into $100, I get 500 shares. So there's some quick math to do, and people don't worry. I mean, man, how am I going to do this so quickly if a stock is moving so quickly? You're right. If a stock is moving like 10 cents a second, it's going to be difficult. But maybe that's a stock you shy away from. But in this particular case, it wasn't really moving that fast. So I can do some quick math. I'm not going to get too hung up if I should have really only taken 480 shares or if I should have taken 510 shares. I'm not going to get so hung up on it. So that is all. So it's all about money management. Knowing where your stop should be, to get out of the trade. You can always get back in. If you get stopped out, could always come back in to where you originally thought it was a good setup. Maybe it was just a little bit early. And I've been using this phrase for a bit now. You should always look for reasons not to take a trade. You should always be looking for reasons not to take a trade. My big reasons are looking left. Sure, I can get an alert, and because I know most of my alerts are right at the high of the day or at the low of the day if I'm looking to short it, then I'm not having to worry about intraday resistance. So that's why I'm always looking left. Okay, where's the next high looking left where it could stop? So that's one of the things I'm looking at. Of course, I'm looking at a pattern. I'm not going to chase something. So I have to check off about 4 things for me. So if I can't check them off, then I'm not taking the trade. So always look for reasons not to take a trade. But if you're satisfied that, for your reasons, and I can't tell you what your reasons are going to be, but if your reasons, you can check them off and say, yep, I can take this trade, great. Guess what? The trade still may not work. It may not work. For all, you had a press release, it had earnings, everything looks great, but it still may not work. It might be the greatest looking setup in history. It still may not work. So now the next step is to obey your stop. Look, I'm almost going to get stopped out. If a little bit more, I'm going to get stopped out. So the next step is to obey your stop. Because a lot of times, especially when you first start out, and you're all excited, and you think, man, this is the greatest setup ever, and where the room is talking about it, and everybody's excited about it, and it doesn't work. Okay, I just got stopped out. Okay, I wanted to leave it there. I just got stopped out. See how it took it out? And so there's my loss. Lost 102. There's a rounding. Okay, $102. Now, what I was hoping for, I wouldn't get stopped out so quickly, but I was going to talk about, okay, you get into the trade, especially when you're first starting out. But I know people have been trading for years and they still don't obey their stops. And so you start second guessing your where you put your stop because you can't believe it's not working. So you start reducing it. You start saying, well, I'll just, I won't obey the stop. And now all of a sudden, instead of losing a manageable amount of 100, now you're down 200. Now you're down 300. Now you're down 400, 500, 1,000 before you finally sell and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. Now, sure, you're going to say, yeah, but you know what? When I made my stop the last time, it bounced off and I would have made money had I disobeyed my stop. Of course, that sort of thing is going to happen. It's going to happen probably many times. One thing I could say is, well, maybe your stops are too tight if it's happening all the time. But, for all the times that it could happen, the disaster is by not obeying your stop and blowing up your account, especially if you disobey your stop several times. So I obey my stop all the time. Did I at the beginning? No. I had nobody pounding it into me. Checking check your ego. Don't be stubborn. You know, I had nobody pounding that into me. So I had to learn the hard way about obeying my stops. And especially now with commissions, they're so cheap. You know, some are free. I know the horrors that IB charges half a cent a share, but you know, you can always get back into a trade. You know, if it sets up again, maybe you were just a little, maybe it was just a little bit early. So there you have it, guys. There you have it. You can choose to listen to me about, you know, placing stops and money management or not. You know, but that's how I trade. Yeah, and I actually don't talk about it enough about always risking the same amount, because the other thing that can happen is that you get into a trade, and so okay, you listen to me say, okay, I get it, I'll risk $100. That's what my account size, and then you lose you lose it, and you've made your stop. Now you're down 100, and so you start thinking, man, you know, how am I going to get that back? Well, maybe I should risk 200 the next trade, because when I win it, I'll be up 100. Well, you know. Excuse me, I'll be up 100 after I win that. And you lose it. Now you're down 300. And so you risk 400 the next trade, because I got to win that 300 back and be up 100 after, and you lose it. You know, on and on and on and on. I always risk about the same amount every trade. Now, the only time, but I don't go crazy. I might risk a little bit more, but not crazy. It's not like I'm going to double my risk. If I see something that I think is a, you know, the most awesome setup, you know, it's like blackjack. You know, when you think the cards are really in your favor, and you know, and the house doesn't notice that you're doing it, maybe, you know, that's when you maybe risk a little bit more. You bet a little bit more. But typically, I'm always around the same amount per trade. I don't go crazy. Relative volume's got nothing to do with buying or selling a perfect circle. Relative volume is just, you know, it's a number that it's just showing you. The relative volume is just a number that's saying, okay, right there, 3.3 is trading 3.3 times normal, what it normally trades today. So it's got nothing to do whether a stock is up or down. The question was, will relative volume indicators show relative volume for selling as well as the buying? It's got nothing to do with buying or selling. It's just the looking at the absolute volume and comparing it to what it normally does up to this point of the day. Whether it's buying or selling, it doesn't matter. All right, well, that's it, guys. That's it for my spiel. Now I can kind of get back to taking a look at some of the things that are happening in my scanners. And of course, you can ask me questions all day long. And of course, in this trading room, I mean, there are all sorts of different trading styles too. I mean, I have my one trading style. You know, I'm just somebody who likes to see stocks near the high or the low. But you know, there are many others who, excuse me, who look for pullbacks. I'm just not a good pullback player. Could I become one? Possibly. But then what that would mean to me is that I'm trying to look at too many different things. You know, you know, when I first got Trade Ideas in 2010, I was just a customer like anybody else in this room. And I was all excited about trying to follow every single trading strategy and setup that there was. I think I had about 40 alert windows, and they're firing left and right all day long, clicking like mad over and over and over again, and not getting anything done. So I had to, and it was hard. It was hard because I say to myself, okay, I have to start paring these down. You know, it's like, even if you're not like a hoarder, like the classic definition of hoarding, but when you're trying to get rid of things, and you think, well, I can't get rid of that. That has too, that's sentimental, so I can't get rid of that. And you start giving all the excuses why you can't get rid of things, even though you should. Same thing happened to me. I'm looking at this, well, how can I get rid of that one? Because what if that one is great today or tomorrow? But I had to. I had to get rid of so many. And now, I mean, honestly, I wouldn't have to have any of this. All I'd have to have is this, maybe my watch list, and that's it. Okay, and that would be it. That's all I would need as a trader for my style of trading. Let's take a look at Blink, because Blink certainly was active pre-market. Oh, Blink. No, I was thinking of Blend. Look how choppy it is on the 15, but some volumes coming in. Definitely an EV play. So my advice, if you're starting out, is I would have no more than maybe 3 alert windows, maybe a couple of top list windows, and that would be it. I know it's hard. Now you might say, well, how come I have so many? You go to my homepage, and you'll see all the scans. These are just scans. I don't have them all up and running. Of course not. But these are scans that I've created over the years, and something that you might like a certain type of a scan. You might like something that says down big yesterday, reversing today, or up big yesterday, reversing today. I'm not using it right now, but hey, a month from now, maybe I'll take a look at it, and maybe I'll say, wow, it's getting some really great alerts. Maybe I'll start watching that one for a while. Okay, that's why I save all the scans I've ever created. I save everything to the cloud, because you never know. Maybe I'll bring one back and might be really producing. The big move by the SPY. Wow, look at this. I mean, the big move by the SPY straight up. So this is the pre-market. There's the pre-market. Market open. There was a bit of an uh-oh moment. We had that first 15-minute candle was fairly wide and red. And then the next one, you're thinking, okay, but look at this. I mean, we've been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, an hour and 45 minutes straight up. Remember 2 days ago, guys? Remember that was it? The bears were going to win. Everything is going down. Okay, this was 2 days ago. I mean, we're already, even before 2 days ago, we're in a bit of a downturn. But, I mean, this was it. You go on TV and you see all the pundits talking about, well, this is the bear market we've been finally waiting for. And, get out of the market. Apron. Yeah, it's been, I know you mentioned it yesterday, Sam. But there's that 200-day right above it. 601, right above it. That could easily stall it. So at this point, all I'm waiting for, instead of, looking at all sorts of different, all I'm waiting for is, first of all, see if we get another one. Okay, that's number one. But number two, see if they set up again. You know, if they pulled back, see if they set up again. You know, it doesn't look good for WIMI. Now, watch this. Remember, I put this as a, now, at this point, if I don't like this, I mean, I can, of course, I have this pullback. This isn't a simulator. If it hit 450, it would take the trade. Now, the same thing goes, though. If I were going to take this, you know, if I were going to take this at 450, I would have to know where my stop is also. So that would have share sized me. No, I mean, I put, you know, again, I was just showing the mechanics on how to do it. But again, when I get into any trade, even if I were a pullback trader, and I said, okay, I want to take this trade at 450, but I have to know where I'm going to get out of the trade also. You know, so that is going to share size me. So when I put whatever, I think I put 300 shares, you know, again, just the mechanics are showing that 300 shares was based on, okay, if I got in at 450 and where would my stop have been? And I would, you know, take that difference, divide it into, you know, how much I was prepared to risk, and that would have share sized me. Boy, this market, look at this market move. Nova Scotia government made 104 for an investment in MMAT. Cool. That's pretty amusing, actually. But when you're in Nova Scotia, why not? A little bit of a risky. Of course, this was an IPO. I don't think there was an IPO. I think this. Yeah, this was not an IPO. Now, this was a SPAC that merged with this company called Meta Metals. Well, guys, look at Corvus. This is from my option scan on the way down. I did not take this one. I want to see this PTGX. Okay, so I'm going to watch this PTGX. So, excuse me, this is what I'm talking about. So this is my option scan moving down. Of course, I've concentrated just on the ones moving higher, but this is just the flip of this, okay? So unusual options moving down. So look where we had the alert. I did not take this one. The Corvus at 797 to short. And at 714 now. The PTGX, but I'm going to wait on this one because again, PTGX, if this gets back down to that 1482, I want to know about it. So I'm just going to stick an alert at 1480, see if it takes out 15 again. The low of yesterday was 1330. So, you know, if it takes out 15 again, you know, this is something that I might have to take a look at to short it. Okay, notice, okay guys, notice the WIMI, it took the trade. Took the pullback. Now, if I had if my stop was, let's just say it was down here at 4.8 or 4.35. Just a word about my stops. My stops are the absolute worst that I want to make on a trade. Okay, yes, I'm risking the $100, in the simulator, but I don't have to wait to get stopped out. So in other words, if I had my stop right here, okay, and that would be probably a good area, 425 for my stop. Okay. Now again, I did not share size correctly. I'm just going to put the stop in right now. I just want to explain something though. Now add the stop order, 425. Okay, the red line's going to appear. So, if I'm wanting to really risk $100 a trade, I should have taken more shares on this one, okay? But I digress. So here is my stop. There's where I want to get out of. That's the worst I want to be on this trade. If I see this continuing to float down, 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 and I don't like the way it's trading, of course I can get out of the trade earlier. This is the worst I want to do on the trade, though. That's sort of my, absolute worst. But if I don't like the way it's trading, I reserve the right to, get out earlier. Yeah, for those of you, I see Kevin saying he wants to practice shorting something. For those of you who have, never shorted, I've always heard that, oh my gosh, shorting is highly risky, etc., etc. Well, here, I'm not going to tell you, anything is risky, okay? But what I would do is I would just practice. You can hit that big sell button and practice shorting just to see the mechanics of it. All shorting is you're just hoping, you get into something and you hope it goes down. Price, that's all it is. Versus when you buy something, you hope it goes up. That's all it is. Now, the only problem sometimes with shorting is that you have, if you're going to do this for real, you should check to make sure your broker has shorts. Now, how are you going to know that? With interactive brokers, it's really easy. You can see if shorts are available immediately. Your broker, I don't know. I can't speak for all brokers, but if you're going to try it though, you should first of all make sure that your broker has shorts, even if it's in the simulator, just so you have a real world experience of it, that if you did it for real, what would happen. So watch. I'll just say I wanted to short this one, VRDN. Okay. Now it's a bad spread and everything, but I just wanted the mechanics of it. So I'll just do a couple hundred at the market. I'm going to just click the sell button and you'll see it says short. So at this point, I want the stock to move down, okay? And that's all shorting is. I want it to move down. Now some people say, oh my gosh, but shorting is so risky because you can lose all your money. Look, if you're doing this intraday, yeah, could this one come out with a press release and it goes to $1,000 in the next second? Highly unlikely, right? Okay. So it's like anything else. You just have to follow it. Look, you could be long something and they could come out with devastating news. And yes, you're going to say, yeah, but the worst I can lose is if it goes to zero. Yes, but realistically, if that's what's stopping you from shorting, certainly intraday. I'm not going to try to change your mindset, but in all my years of shorting, it's never, ever, ever happened. One and a half, Ori, 1.5. That's what I'm using as a min. You know what, guys? This has been for me anyway, this has been an extremely fast morning. I can't believe it's already 20 to 12. Well, it means, so if I look at ATER as an example, ATER, if I divide 25 into 43, just rounding, I get 1.7. So yeah, 170%, but it's a ratio. So so don't use 150 because it's a ratio. It's not a percentage. Okay, that makes sense? Well, then use one. I mean, I'm just using. I only want to see the ones that are. But you go ahead and use whatever you want. But I only want to see the ones that are really moving. If you want to use one, and start from there, fine. If you want to use 0.75, as they're moving, it's up to you. I just want to see the ones at 1.5 up. Yeah, and I'm not actually, Gordon, I'm not even actually using the momentum scanner as such. However, most of the scans that I use, of course, have got momentum. Or you're going to have to put a cloud link in. I can't. That's a collaboration link. I can't. I can't load that. Okay. Yeah. I didn't have a chance to look at the sectors this morning because I had to wish my wife a happy birthday. So here are the sectors, guys. My guess is they're all going to be up. I mean, based on the market, can't imagine there's one sector that's down. Yeah, I mean, look how powerful everything, even energy. Okay, energy, everything is up, guys. So what these percentages mean? So for instance, every energy play that makes up XLE, the ETF for energy, is up from yesterday's close, as an example. There's nothing. I mean, the worst sector, if you want to call it the worst sector, is healthcare. Only 82% are up. If we looked at this 3 days ago, everything was down. Okay? Yeah, just right click, save or share to cloud. Okay? Save or share to cloud, and then save and share. So now it's saved. You just say, okay, oh, there you go, okay. And it's just a scan, it's not a layout, right? It's not a layout, Ori, promise me it's not a layout. I know where you live, okay. Well, okay. I mean, I don't know what you're. I mean, that's so low. I mean, 0.3. So my whole idea is I just want to see the ones that are really trading abnormally. I think you'll probably get. Yeah. Well, so right here. Okay, so I don't have it as I'm using it as a top list. Okay, number one, I'm using it as a top list. I'm not using it as an alert window. But, well, all I can say is that nothing is triggering. I mean, first of all, the value of zero point 0.3, I mean, so you're going to see stuff that is really not trading that abnormally, number one. So the likelihood of something that is 1,000% or 300% of normal at the beginning of the day anyway is probably going to be pretty low. But yeah, I mean, the bottom line is with these filters in place, you're not getting, it's blocking anything from happening. But I don't, I have it as a topless window, okay, because I want to follow these all day long. So that's why I'm not using it like an alert window. For me, it's more like a watch list as opposed to triggering on a new high or a new low. All right, guys, let's see. It's almost, I want to see, make sure, I think it is Steve in the room today, taking over for me at noon. Okay, I've verified it. Is Steve going to be in their YouTube room at noon? So Steve is the originator, prime originator of the trades of the week. Okay, so you can ask him about that, and of course anything else. Way more of a swing trader than I am. Yes, now obviously right there, guys. Yes, I should have said something because the minute I saw this breakdown through 11 and I started seeing this candle. So I'm out of this one in my real account, okay? And of course I would have exited. I would have exited in the simulator. You know, the minute you start seeing something like this, something's amiss, you go, So I don't know if there was some news on it. But I was following this. I'm thinking, oh, interesting. You get this big candle coming. I break down through 11. It looked like it was pretty solid. Was actually following it right here, and then the breakdown through 11 said, okay, something's happening. I don't want to be a part of it anymore. I should have, of course, in the simulator, got out of it. So turning, let's see, how much would that have been? At one point, I was up about $500 in the simulator. And now I'm down about, I'll say, $250 in the simulator. I know this is today's profit, but no, I fully expect, I'm going to keep it in the simulator, but I fully expect this to come back to 10. That's the SPAC price. But I'm just trying to see if there was any specific news on it. I know, I mean, maybe, I don't see, I think the vote, I thought the vote was today, to be honest, about taking over this company called, where are they? Money line, that's right, money line. So I mean, I thought it was yesterday, but anyway, something must be a little bit amiss for that sort of thing to happen like that. Funny man, William. Well, at the beginning, yeah, I mean that's what got me interested. That it came in the option scanner a few, maybe 2 weeks ago, and it didn't move. I mean, it literally did not move in price. I mean, it might have moved 2 cents or something like that. So that's when I started talking about. I said, guys, this is really strange. Abnormal option activity, abnormal volume, all on and on, and it only moved 2 cents. So I thought, okay, the quote unquote they may know something. So, ahead of time. And, I mean, obviously somebody knew something, but now somebody knows something again. So that's why you got to be careful. I'm having no issues with, with IB. All right, guys, zzz is right, Zach. I'm just waiting for Steve to show up in our YouTube room, and then I'll take my break. Look at this volume. Look at the volume coming into the SPY, guys. It's actually a mini red candle here, but look at the volume coming in. This was the biggest. This 6 minutes for this one to close. This could turn into the biggest volume bar of the day right here, the SPY. So keep an eye on it because something might be happening here. I mean, we're getting a red candle. So if you're long, again, maybe I'll just show you what I'm talking about a little bit bigger. So look at the volume bar right there. Okay, we're getting a bit of a red candle. So maybe there's a little mini sell-off going to start. But I mean, again, look at the volume bar. There's the biggest one of the day. And this is approaching that. So, I mean, look how the volume was just sort of tapering off. And now all of a sudden, boom. Oh, you were talking B plus. I'm sorry. Not IB. I'm sorry. I read that. Well, no, I don't have that. I know what you're talking about, the cheetah, but I don't have that. Nope. I don't know. I can't see any news on Fuse, but there has to be a reason. But as I said, I think it'll probably get back up to that 10 level. That's typically where the SPACs sit at until. But we'll see. Okay, just getting my announcement in now, okay? course, I'm not. You guys are talking about trading your account? Because I'm only in the simulator, so. All right, false alarm. False alarm. Look at this. Look at the volume, guys, on that. Another 2 minutes or so for this to close. 3 minutes for this to close. And it was briefly red. Now it's green. Boy, that was even a nice. I couldn't short it though. That was a nice alert from the option scanner on the way down for Fuse. At 10:59, got all the way down to 963. Interesting. I thought this was shortable earlier, but maybe all the shorts got snapped up. All right, I do see DVAC showed up on in the option scanner. Now I'm going to be taking my break, so it's going to be hard for me to do anything on this right now. You look left, and the next high is 1925. So I mean, it does have some room to the next high, and it came in the option scanner. And the trigger was 1849. So I mean, it's still there. So again, as a watch list, I'm stick an alert around 1862. But I'll probably, even if it happened, I'm sure I'll be on my break. I mean, look, to be, this Fuse, I mean, you would almost see a headline saying that the deal is off. I mean, for something like that to happen, I mean, I don't see any news on that, but checking IB also, but. Well, guys, there's DVAX. It is moving. It is moving. So the trigger was 1849 from the scanner. So it's. But I again, I have to. I'll be taking my break, so I will not be taking this trade. Yeah, that's why I was saying I was pretty sure we'd get back to 10 anyway. All right, I think Steve is in the room. You're in there? Okay, what I meant was you could actually probably post right. Go ahead and do that, Steve, okay? Let's just test it. Other guys have been doing that. Just put that in YouTube that you're in. I think you can start doing that. Before it was, for whatever reason, it was booting me out, but I don't think that's happening now. There you are. Okay. All right. I'll stop my stream, Steve. Have a good time for your 1 hour.
I certainly will, Barry. Hello, everybody. Let me make sure you can hear me. All right. It sounds like you can hear me. It looks like you can see me, or at least my desktop. So I'll be here for an hour to give Barry a break. Every Wednesday I pop in just to give you guys maybe another set of eyes or another way to explain something that you need help with on the program. Not really doing a whole lot today. I'm not a day trader like Barry. I don't have a lot of positions going right now either. I'm going to kind of wait and see what's going to happen this afternoon with the Fed. And, maybe some swing trades will derive from that before the end of the day for me. Hello, Kevin. Or Kevcom. So, whatever you guys want to talk about, I'm happy to talk about. We can look at charts. If anybody was sent here by the support staff looking for some help on something, I can obviously demonstrate that to the best of my abilities. Trade of the week from 3 weeks ago. Finally fell out of bed along with the market this week, it looks like. Gosh, I was in this one and I got hammered a couple days ago, so you can see the sell tag. I decided to use that bounce to get out of this one. That one didn't work. But again, I didn't have a whole lot of positions at all when the market did crater on Friday and Monday. But we'll see what the Fed does to the markets today. We'll see how the markets react. Prediction is that the Fed will just continue to kick the can, give the junkie some more heroin, and stave off the problems that they're facing. Looks like the AI is going mostly long today, so there's a directional bias built into that. Well, if anybody was sent here in the last 24 hours to get a demonstration of something trade ideas related, let me know. I don't have a whole lot to prepare to talk about today. Other than the NASDAQ, the Q is kind of getting hung up. I talked about it in my webinar last night. This 50-period moving average might act as some selling resistance. And it looks like it kind of has right there. Kind of found a little hitch in its get along there midday, and that lines up perfectly with the daily. We'll see. All right, a couple of questions coming through. What do I think of XPO? Logistics and freight. Well, that's kind of an interesting sector for sure. Looks like it's had a nice 3 days of bounce, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, today. And my intraday momentum indicator is telling me right there that it looks like it might be starting to die off. There's another candle that just dripped below. Um, once the candles close below this rising indicator here, I think intraday momentum might be suspect. And if we look over and translate that into the daily, we can see it's got kind of a topping tail. It ran into its 20 period, and now it's fighting off its 50. But it's been a good 3-day bounce. Roughly, I would call that over 5-6%. But it seems a little suspect here at the moment. Maybe we wait and see what this candle does to close. But if it closes right here, it's closing underneath that moving average. And that means the momentum is dying out. Bill, want to talk about mRNA, Moderna. We looked at that one last night. Oops. And it's hanging in there. It's definitely what I was mentioning last night. It's definitely not Pfizer. Pfizer was buy the rumor and sell the FDA news, and it's just kind of a broken chart now. But mRNA is still hanging in there. I think last night we kind of drew a little flag right there, and it seems to be kind of breaking out of that flag today. So doesn't look bad. Tony, how does Trade Ideas come up with their main ideas for the day? I'm not sure what you mean, if there's a specific window you're pointing to. I mean, the AI comes up with ideas that are in real time based on historical machine learning and historical data. Um, our preconceived layouts here on the channel bar, those are just theme related layouts. Barry trades his own list, his own scans. I've got a couple of his scans down here. These options pro, volume. It just depends on what you're looking for. If you're talking about the trade of the week that comes out on Mondays, well, that's just a discretionary idea going into the weekend of something that might look good based on any of our scans or any sector top-down analysis. The ones on the main website, I think those are just, I don't know. Um, they're probably pulled from the AI, recent AI movers that have done well, would be my guess. And again, as I noticed, a lot of these are long directions for the day. But as I talked about last night, managing your own trades, essentially a simple way to do that is to just use this 15-minute chart and that 10 SMA, and once something gets tired, it's going to break. It's going to break that momentum, and that's the better way to manage. The AI is best for entries in real time. That's where the real value is. Yeah, you're welcome, Tony. Yeah, that's what I talked a lot about last night, is really the people who are managing their own trades, spit out and given to us by the AI. The AI is not as good at exiting those trades as we are as humans. If we can just find a simple way to have a risk management, a method of risk management, and that's what I like to use, that 15-minute chart. AMC was looking so good a couple of weeks ago, and now it just gave it all back. Just fell back into the abyss. Again, we do have the Fed minutes coming out to, or the Fed decision on policy coming out today at 2 p.m. Eastern, less than 2 hours from now. Here's a good example of DVAX pushing early in the morning and then sideways action for an hour, only to be forced higher in the first half of the day here by the old 10 simple moving average. So that tells us that the momentum was still intact there as it was being tested there on the $18 level midday. There's oil. Oil, the commodity, gapped up today and found support right there at the rising 10 SMA to hold the gap in place. Now it wants to go back to highs, it looks like. Always some horrible downtrends in some of these names. This INVA was a trade of the week a month ago and just took its own sweet time, really kind of getting together there finally. GameStop, that one looks like a mess too. Not that it matters, but this TLT Treasury ETF looks to me like it just is dying to kind of break out of that ascending wedge there, which of course would be higher bond prices, which would equal lower interest rates. No, Walter, could we have tick charts at Trade Ideas? No, we don't have tick charts at Trade Ideas. 1 minute is the slowest we go. And additionally, on top of that, our charts, they update probably once every 8 seconds or so. So they're kind of a pulse. We don't have the server capacity to do everything that we do on top of tick by tick charts. Maybe sometime in the future that might be the case, but if you're somebody who needs a tick by tick chart, you probably have to go subscribe to eSignal or something like that. Our charts are pretty much more just kind of a reference point, but our alerts, a new high, a new low, something coming through a scanner, are always in absolute real time. There is no delay on our alerts. On the alert windows, that is. On the top list, the T windows, these are scans that are just kind of accumulated, and those scans will give us a refresh rate of every 30 seconds. And no matter how we have it sorted, the top ones, in this case short float is how I'm sorting this one. So the highest short floats will come to the top, and those T windows will update every 30 seconds. But yeah, 1 minute is as fast as we go. Well, maybe this upward drift here for the morning is over for now, and maybe we'll just chop around a little bit until the Fed comments come out. As usual, they'll probably try and massage the market and not scare it. This Albertsons grocery store is probably having higher revenues from food inflation. That doesn't look bad right there. And they've got 20% short the float. Ah, Twinkie. Twinkies finally took off, huh? Like a bat out of hell. Short float, 18%. People loading up on junk food. What color is the blue? Kurosh, are you talking about the blue inside of the scans as I click through? Like that one becoming blue? If that's the case, it just means that's the last symbol that I've clicked on in that scan. I could come over here and click on that one in PBI, come back here to this one, lithium. It just shows what I clicked on last in that one, if that's what you mean. If not, let me know and I'll try and clarify that. Oh, down here, the last price. Okay, so looks like 84.35. I don't know why they color it blue, but yeah, that appears to be the last price. Maybe it's because these trades are still open, whereas these trades down here, profit save, the AI, officially exited those trades. So I guess that's the case. Just last price. I don't know why they're blue. Maybe because they're continually being updated. 36.70. Oh, that one was updated. Maybe it's because they're still considered open trades. There's no exit reason for those. That's my best guess. You might have stumped me on that one. If I zoom out a little bit here, this blue line is a 5-day moving average using 15-minute candles. And as the price came up underneath it and got close to it, it looks like, maybe a little bit of selling jumped in there as it got close. But that's usually an area of interest for me. Those are the only two lines that I do have on my 15-minute chart. So yeah, it just looks like it's a slow grinding day until the market gets to digest the Fed comments. right. If you're not a subscriber, don't forget we've got a test drive coming up. 2 weeks, kind of a trial, October 11th to the 22nd. Always a good way to get your feet wet and kick the tires of our software. What am I trying to say? It takes a little while to try and get familiar with how everything works and how you want to make the program work for you. What's a good formula setup for finding a bounce play candidate? Well, that's a good question. Bounce play. There's a couple of things that come to mind in the old cloud here. Bouncers. Bouncers is one that it's kind of an older alert we've had for a while, and it just looks for taking out yesterday's lows and then bouncing back up into the range. Let's see how many we've got today. Oh, there's only one today, huh? Interesting on that one. Let's look at yesterday. There's only one from yesterday. Okay. That's probably not going to be a great example because of all the selling we've had. Another one that I call the washout bounce. Let's see if we can find some interesting plays here. This is looking for candles that kind of sold off abruptly on the open and might be looking to snap back. Okay, so a lot of these, like UPS, sold off on the open and then bounced right back into play. There's UPS again. Let's see what Adobe looks like. Sold off on the open and then coming back on. So a lot of times this washout bounce is looking for things early in the morning that had a pretty dramatic sell-off and are bouncing back into play. This H was coming through a little earlier by those arrows. But I'll go ahead and put this one back on real time. Let's quickly look at how it's being configured so you can understand. Oh, by the way, this earnings per share is it's just a filter to. I will share it in a second, Pamela. I'm going to give out the cloud code, but before I share it, it's always kind of nice to just see what's happening so you know what you're looking at. When you have an earnings per share filter with a positive one and a negative one in the maximum, we're basically fooling the system to say anything that comes through has to have earnings. Well, ETFs do not have earnings. So we can get rid of any ETFs returning in the scan by just plugging in these values into the filter here, earnings per share filter. All right, so that will alleviate all the ETFs if we don't want to see those. Change from close. Well, we don't want these things to be too much up on the day, so we've actually capped it at 0.1%. Price is $5 minimum. Position and range. This is a very important part of this particular scan. So these two work together. Today's range is a minimum 100%. What that means is for this particular stock, it goes back 10 or 15 days and looks in the history and sees, well, how big is the candle from low to high? Do we have volatile candles that are very long, or do we have very compressed short candles? And we kind of create what an average range would be. So by putting 100 in here in the minimum, it's basically saying I want to see all the stocks that are doing abnormally wide ranges for today compared to what that stock usually does in the past. And so when you combine that with the position in the range, well, we're at the 95th percentile, which means we're very close to highs. We're not at highs, but we're at the 95th percentile. So we've had some sort of an event already today that's given us a long candle, and we're trading back towards the high end of that candle. Usually, I like to look at these only in the first couple hours of the day, or actually in the first hour of the day, because that's where a lot of these volatile spikes will happen. Average daily volume just gives us stocks that are doing, decent volume as opposed to volume today. So coming into today, they've done normal, tradable, workable volume. So the event here is a new high, a new 5-minute high, excuse me. So they might sell off on the open, but as they're back to the 95th percentile of a long candle, we start to see new 5-minute highs come through. And again, I especially like this in the early mornings, where we see these attempts to run the stops down, and then for the remainder of the day they kind of grind higher back up. So let's go ahead and share this. I do see a few requests there, so I'll just save and share this to cloud, copy it all, and I will drop it into the chat there. Washout bounce, there is the cloud link. All right. So that was for a perfect circle. What was a good formula setup for finding bounce play candidates? There we go. My setup is different than the default. Well, my setup was, pretty much created by myself, step by step, and there is no one official default. When you first get the program, you're just kind of given a blank screen, and what a lot of people do is, why can't I close this window? Oh, I didn't mean to close that. What a lot of people do is they just start building individual windows, and then along the way they save it as their default AI Holly strategy window. Is that what I wanted? You know what? I'm just gonna do this. Watch. I'm gonna close, and I'm gonna say don't save the layout. I missed one of my windows there. I'm just gonna reopen my layout, and it will come back in. The way I had it. I have a lot of windows here, and they're all, some of them have, symbol lists that wouldn't translate well, but, I'm always happy to share anything that you guys see individually, like starting with my chart window, my 15-minute chart window. I find a lot of value in that. I can share that. The A table is something that I was looking at earlier there that has a lot of high short floats on there. The one I told you that I was double clicking and sorting by short the float. I can share this one because sometimes this is the ones that I can derive the trade of the week from. Assuming everything looks lined up and ready to go, just because they're on there doesn't mean they're ready to be bought or sold. It just means these are items of interest that I can later peg down with a price alert. So here comes another one of the scans, the A table that you can use. Sure, one more question about that washout bounce. Would this work for small caps and other price floats? Yeah, so let's open that again. And I'll show you how you could make changes to that. One of the first things we could do is we could change, as I mentioned, that volume filter from average daily volume to just say volume today, has to have done 100,000 shares. I believe that's 100,000. Yeah, 100,000 shares has to trade it today. That'll bring in some new ideas. The price, well, you could go from, say, $1 to $10. And exchanges, we could even open up, over the counter and pink sheets and other ones to try and help. Let's see what we get there. All of a sudden we've got ATAX. I think that's a new name. So your question was, what could we do for more small caps other than price, float, cap size? Just that one thing, volume today is very different than average daily volume, because average daily volume might not catch things that were kind of asleep coming into today with our average volume, but coming alive today. It's just kind of a different way to approach. So that might be one thing that you could look at. Here's something else we could do. Let's go back. I'm going to go back and load the original one, optimize. I don't think I saved any of those saving. Yeah, I did. I'm going to load the original one again. And I might even have one that doesn't say optimize. Let's see, washout bounce, optimize, washout bounce with score. Version 2. So these are some older versions. Let's see what this one looks like. This one's got nothing in it. We don't want that. I was going to demonstrate. Let's just go ahead and grab that one. We'll load that one again. And let's say we wanted to back test something like this. So, perfect circle, those would be some of the things you could change. Let's go ahead and take the price down to 1, and we'll cap it at 50. And we'll keep everything else the same. I might even just do 200,000 shares a day average volume, not 2 million. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to back test this thing, and we're going to right click it and say back test. Now notice that my start times, I'm going to lower the start time, my West Coast here. I'm going to give it, maybe 10 minutes after the open. And I'm going to stop seeing them around lunchtime, 12 Eastern. Timed exit. So this would be something that usually might be a good hold for all day long. Let's see, time of day. Yeah, so what if we hold it to the end of the day? So we enter in the morning and hold till the end of the day. We could even experiment with market open tomorrow, but let's just start there. The risk management, I like to keep it real simple, trying to make 4 to 1 here. We're risking 1%. Maybe we could do 1.5% on the downside, but we try to get a profit target of 4%. Advance, let's just sample the last 25 days and see what we can get. So we'll simulate a buy when any one of those events happened in the last 25 days. Doesn't look real good, does it? No, it doesn't. But what I wanted to get at was this tab right here, optimization. A couple things we can do. Well, right off the bat, it's telling us that, geez, there's just not a lot of good in there at all. Time of day, there's not a lot of good there either. That's just not a really good scan. It's just not working lately for whatever reason. Let me try the other one that I loaded a bit ago. I called bouncers. And what I'm trying to do is to get a good example of. Let me try flipped bouncers. Just let me see what's going on there. Nope, nothing there. Okay. Okay, bouncers, back to bouncers. And let's back test bouncers. Again, starting, let's open up the whole day here, timed exit. What if it was a 60-minute hold? Because they don't last long. Risk management, we'll risk 1% to try and make 3. Again, we'll sample maybe 40 days or so. And let's just see if we can come up with an example I want to make on how to use the optimization. All right, so we go to optimization. And right off the bat, we can see a few things. We can see that the price levels, if in $5 increments, it seems to work best kind of in these mid-priced range, not so much for the higher ones. That's kind of interesting. Time of day. All right, so this is kind of what I was pointing towards. Notice that most of our trades are happening earlier in the day, and they stop doing well after around 8 o'clock. So if I was to run it again and say stop these trades at 8 o'clock, I'm probably going to get a little better data sample, knowing that we know the time of day has something to happen there. But again, still not really getting a good result from this optimization. Price, we could say cap the trades at set maximum value at 64. Wonder why. Oh, look at that. That's interesting. I'm going to change this. I'm going to go back to, I don't know why that was at $50. I'm going to make that $5. We're going to change those, and then we're just going to run this again with all things being equal. Might get a little different information this time. All right, back to optimization. There's our $5 price breakdowns. Look, interesting. You can see from $5 to $20, this thing works pretty well, but then from 20 all the way up to 60, it doesn't work as well. So what if we set the max value of these to nothing more than $20? So we're now $5 to $20. We'll click OK on that. And the time of day. Looks like if we can skip this first 20 minutes of the day and maybe try and capture the remainder of it. So we'll start running it at 650 this time. Let's do that again. So we'll back test strategy. We'll start a little later, and we'll stop at that same time of day. So we're slowly kind of backing into what works using the optimization tab. Time of day, price of the stock, etc. It looks like it's going to lock up on me now. Here we go. I'll show you there is something that we can do that's a little different, a little deeper dive. So now we're getting a little better profit and loss graph. But if we go back to optimization, we did time of day, we did price. What if we go to other filters? What if we do something simple like, what's the change of the S&P on the day? I think I have to go down to S&P 500 change today. So this is now all the metrics. All right, so it's showing us when the S&P is down on the day, we're getting some trades that aren't really working. It seems to be working better when the S&Ps are positive. So we could say directly from here, set the minimum. Actually, we'll go right here. Minimum value, S&P has to be at least up 0.1%. We've added that filter. We've said OK. And then if we go back and run another back test, it should be even better than the first one because it's now taking out all the times where the S&P was down on the day. And we're starting to get a bit more interesting ideas there. So that's kind of what I wanted to demonstrate, how you can start with something and then use the optimization in the back testing to try and weave your way into the best time of day these things work, the best price range, and things like that. So this being optimized as of today, I'll go ahead and copy, and I can share that scan with whoever wants it. I'll clear out all these. Yes, the optimization is a pretty cool tool, but you've got to be aware that nothing lasts forever. You have to constantly kind of re-optimize, and that is the washout bounce optimized 922. And the nice thing about it is it was only spitting out maybe one trade a day, if that. One of the things we didn't do is we didn't go back and let's see if I grab that, copy that link and open it up. Let's load that cloud again. Copy link. Why is that not loading in there? There it is. When we were back testing, I think we were only holding it for an hour, right? Timed eggs. Okay, well let's see how. Let's run that first, so we have something to compare to. All right, so there's our first run. Let's go back in and back test strategy again, but this time let's hold it for not just 60 minutes. Let's hold it until the end of the day and see if this changes anything. So we'll simulate buy based on that target now. Again, the only difference here is what does a 1 hour hold versus an all day hold look like? Well, I can tell you that it looks like the all day hold was probably doing better, but not by much. There wasn't really as many trades in there. But if you're having trouble grasping it, we can just take any old thing. Let me just see if I can find something of interest in here. We can play with it again. Breaking out on volume. What's this all about? That must have been something I was loading for a user. Let's see if anything else is in here. And they have to be an A window. All right, well, there's berries moving higher with unusually strong volume. That's something we could consider. Actually, I'm going to use this one. Let's go ahead and grab this one. This is berries breaking out on volume, but they are pullbacks. These aren't really working that well. But we'll go ahead and let's backtest this strategy and say, and by the way, these are like a new 15-minute low on stocks that are doing good volume. Rather than chasing the new high, what happens if we buy a 15-minute low? Time to exit. Let's try 60 minutes again. Risk management. Let's risk. Let's see here. Let's risk 1.5% to the downside to see if we can make 4% to the upside on these ones that are making a new 15-minute low, and if we can catch it at the right spot. Let's test, well, let's go ahead and test all days this time. No reason not to. This would be a buy. So what happens if these are high volume, call volume, options volume, but we're not chasing and entering a new high. We're deciding to wait for a 15-minute pullback. Let's see how that might work. But again, I'm going to do this on the interest of using the optimization tool, because I think a couple of people said they'd like to get a little bit more familiar with how to do optimization. All right, ton of trades, 1,000 trades, nothing really going on here in terms of profitability. So now we can delve into the optimization. First thing is the price. Well, this is interesting. Look at all these prices under $15, and then above $15, it looks like Barry's probably got it capped at 25. Let's make the minimum price 15, and let's make the maximum price 50 and see what that does. We'll just go ahead and rerun that immediately, because I want to see how well opening it up to $50 did, because it was capped at 25. All right, so we've cut the trades in half by taking out some of those. It started off well and didn't. Started off not so well and finished a little bit better on a nice equity curve growth there. Let's go back to optimization. All right, There's our prices in $2 increments. Boy, it looks like going up to 50 didn't really help us, so I'm going to recap this. Maximum strategy at 35. We'll keep that the same, but I want to go now to the time of day. These are our options here. Time of day. Okay, look at this. First half an hour of the day is not giving us a whole lot, but if we start and run this at 7:30 my time and let it run, looks like it's going to work a lot better. So let's do that next. And we're going to start a half an hour later and see if that changes anything. And then I'll do the deeper dive. This time we'll maybe compare it to distance from VWAP. We'll be able to look and see how close above or below the VWAP was these entry prices when they happened, and it might give us something else to look at. All right, so we'll go to optimization. All right, we did time of day, a lot of green in there. Geez, even look at this. Even we might want to run this at 8 o'clock, 11 o'clock Eastern my time, because that's where most of the green seems to be. So I'll do that next time. But let's go into, and this is probably where you got maybe a little hung up last time, other filters. All right, other filters, and the optimization tab opens up pretty much all the filters that we have. So we can look at a heat map or a histogram and see what was going on. So change from, or distance from VWAP. There it is, distance from VWAP 1. So this is today's VWAP. Let's select that and let's take note. Let's look at some smaller increments, maybe 2% increments. All right, well, we can see on the days where it was very much below the VWAP, it didn't really work out that well. Looks like that might be the sweet spot right there. No more than -4 below VWAP, so we can set that as our minimum, and we'll leave everything open. Actually, what we're going to do is we're going to set that as our minimum, and then we're going to say OK, and then it looked like the maximum, we don't want to go above 6% above, so set our maximum for 6% above. So here's our filter, no more than 4% below VWAP, but no more than 6% above. That's a new optimized filter set that we just created based on using this one particular filter. How did all of these stocks look when they were triggered from that alert? How did they look in compared to their daily VWAP? So once we've got that, let's go ahead and run it again. Okay, I believe it was this guy right here. Back test. We wanted to go forward another hour, I remember. And this should start to slowly maybe come into play where things are maybe starting to look a little better. So far, so good. All right, getting there, not bad. 300 trades over 60 days. There's probably more that could be done. Let's see if we went to optimization and other filters. What else have we looked at in the past that could be interesting? Well, I like to use that 10-period simple moving average. So if I go down and change from 10 SMA on my 15-minute chart, there it is. That's that indicator that on my chart, my 15-minute chart I've been talking so much about. So what if we highlight that? All right, so the majority of the trades there are in blue. What happens if we go to a 1% increment? All right, so all these that are way below, they're not working for us. The heaviest trades are here in blue. But looking at the heat map, I would say, if we say, okay, no more than minimum value below the 10 SMA is going to be our new minimum there. And then no more than 6% is our max above. So again, we just kind of did a minimum and a maximum, which is funny, the same as VWAP. -4 to +6. Let's see if that does anything and gives us any more trades, and we'll just kind of move on from there. I do see another question. But hopefully, you know, a perfect circle that helps kind of go through the process. And this is essentially what the AI is doing every single evening. You know, changing and rechanging and refiltering and looking for better scenarios. Okay, so this thing is actually starting to do a little better. Nothing to write home about, but you know, it is what it is. So this is Barry's scan, but instead of using a new high that Barry uses, PBI new high, DVAX new high earlier, I'm looking for 15-minute pullbacks on these types of charts. And so this one has now been optimized. I'll go ahead and share that for anybody who wants to play with it. Options volume optimized. All right, just curious, how well Trade Ideas can recognize consolidation on the 1-hour chart and give the user an alert when consolidation breaks out to the upside. You know, I'm going to direct you towards, you know, since you're talking about 1-hour chart, in our configuration menu, we've got in the search tab a whole breakdown called geometric. Well, they used to be called that. Oh, I need to go to an alert window. I'm sorry. Alert window, because this is an event. Geometric patterns. Okay, so this little drop-down menu here will give you some ideas. Okay, and you can plug in the amount of hours of trading you want. These are kind of based on hour charts, but this is something you can explore. Triangle tops, triangle bottoms. That's one way to do it for pre-canned ideas. The other way to do it would be to do range. Oops, sorry, we need to go back to all alerts and filters. Range 60. 60-minute range. Well, what you could do is you could do it in dollars and cents, or you could say, like we talked about earlier, the range as a percent. If you added the filter and said the 60-minute range cannot exceed, you know, 0.4%, well, the 60-minute high to the 60-minute low is not going to exceed a 4%. That's going to be a pretty tight range. So that would be a filter that you could kind of use as a base to start with, and then maybe go in and for an event, say, you know, new 5-minute high or a new 15-minute high or something short term like that, to try and show you something new is creating a new 5-minute high, or as I said, a 15-minute high that's coming out of a very tight range base. You could even do a range as much as, I think, 120 minutes. 120-minute range. So you could say for 2 hours, the stock's been in a very tight range, but guess what? It just made a new 15-minute high, a new 5-minute high. That could be something of interest that could draw your attention for something that's consolidating, so to speak. So yeah, on your example, you would do a 60-minute range and do something really tight, and then maybe a new 5-minute high to try and give you an idea as to something might be happening over there in possibly coming out of a tight range. All right, you're welcome. Wow, time's creeping up to the top of the hour. Got time for one more simple topic if somebody wants to talk about something before I bring Barry back in. And don't forget, we're going to have some, probably some market fireworks here in just over an hour as the FOMC comes out and finds a microphone and starts talking. What is a recommended setup for swings and small caps, low float? You know, that's probably a good place to start. I've got one called the A-Table Junior, which is looking for, looks like I don't have it on there anymore, so I'll have to go to my cloud and get it. It's essentially, it was the same thing as the A-Table, but looking for a junior, looking for smaller cap stuff. All right, all I've really done here is look for stocks that have high short float that are under $25. The short float is at least 20%. You could come in and you could lower that price. You could lower the market cap. But when it comes to swing trading scans, they're a little bit more nuanced because you're looking at a longer term time horizon as opposed to the real time stuff that the day traders can enjoy happening in real time. Let me go back to, I've got one that might be interesting. Jam down and buy to the 10. Okay, so this is also similar things that are getting sold off on the early morning but are trying to bounce back. There was a period in time when this particular scan, and you can see there's a nice looking daily chart, there's a morning sell-off, a new low triggers it, but it's an actual buy, not a sell. So let me quickly back test this, because this one used to be an interesting 3-day hold. The theory is it was a nice looking chart. They tried to scare the buyers out with an early morning sell-off, and usually that scare event would be a good deal for 2 or 3 days. So if I go to timed exit, you can see at market open tomorrow, let's do it market open the day after tomorrow. So it's a couple day hold after a scare event in the morning. Let's go ahead and simulate that buy. Let's do risk management. We're giving a bit more wiggle here, 3% to the downside, 10% to the upside. Let's go ahead and give all days simulated buy. Because I think when it came down to it, this is really the only one that really back tested for me well, but not always. It has its moments throughout history. But let's see what we can get here. Okay, nothing really special. If we go to optimization, boy, we're all over the board there with price. It's just not working the way it used to. It's really hard to get things to run for longer than a day. Let's do tomorrow at open, just a one-night hold. How well would that work? Doesn't look like it's going to do much better with just a single day hold either. Everything changes. Nothing lasts for long. What if I was to take the inverse, the jam up, and sell? These would be short sells. How's this one working lately? Let's simulate a sell. Even though it's a new high on the day, we're saying sell it. And again, there was a time and period when these were working great, but it looks as if the market has just changed and it's just not working anymore. Yeah, I can't get that one to work either. So I really don't have a lot of golden gems to give out right now. It's it's been a difficult market. I saw one more question. Follow you and use the 10 SMA on the 15-minute and it works well. Can you take a look at the choppy ONTX? Well, if it's choppy, it might not be giving us much to look at, but we'll be happy to do that. Okay, so ONTX had a great day of some sort of a news event. Big gap up early on in the day. It didn't want to get close, but a nice test here, 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 and here. But this last candle that just closed a minute ago technically closed below. You've left a lot on the table up here, so people might be trying to lock in profits. It looks like, once that candle closes below, it's kind of my hard and steadfast rule to consider the momentum is dying. It's close. It could hang in there and creep back above, but it looks like the momentum, it might be starting to die off there a little bit. So ride might be coming to life. It's still in play. As I said last night, this thing is still in play. It's got a nice little wedge happening here, and there's nothing wrong with that. That blue line is our trigger. It could happen. It could happen today. Could happen soon, but it's still looking very much ripe. I would say it looks ripe in my opinion still, and I would consider trading it if the alert went off. All right, thanks, David. I'm going to end on that. I'm going to bring Barry back in and go grab a drink of water. So thank you guys for your participation. You can always email us info@trade-ideas.com if you need any more assistance on anything that I showed that you want more information on. Yeah, the Nasdaq just actually put in a broken momentum candle as well. How about that? And the S&P also doing the same. Got a little bit close to that declining 5-day moving average. So, well, just remember it's going to get a little interesting at 2 o'clock Eastern, and probably for the remainder of the day after that. So we'll see what the Fed has to say. All right, guys, I'm out. I'll talk to you next time.
From it with that float. And they claim they're going to have earnings after hours tomorrow. That's what we have anyway. All right, guys, I'm out of the JRJC. The only way I'll take it again is in case it gets maybe back up to about a 635, 640 bid ask. So unfortunately, it didn't just keep moving, but that's okay. This is a day in which I've probably taken more trades today than I've taken in a long time. But I don't think I've had, maybe I only had one or two at the same time. Okay, perfect circle. So let me try to answer your question. Yeah, first of all, you need our premium service to use the optimization. Okay, we call the back tester. So if you don't have our premium service, then you can't, I mean, you can have 10 tries at it, but that's it. It's just to sort of whet your appetite. But other than that, you need our premium service. Okay. Now, there's no guide really because the back tester, this is a question have been asked in our YouTube room. Is there a guide for how to use the optimization features? I mean, we cover it. Let me just see if we cover it in one of those. Just give me a moment, please. So first of all, you need our premium service. So if you don't have our premium service, then you really, you can't really use it. Just give me a moment here, okay? I just want to see. Yeah, I don't have a video on how to use it. Okay, so well, I can show you. Did he demonstrate a little bit? And this is why I'm saying it's a very advanced feature. Hardly any of our customers do it. But did he demonstrate anything at all with the back tester? Perfect circle. I'm talking to you. Oh, okay. So you saw it in action. Well, then you'll notice. Let's just say, because people ask, well, have you ever tried to optimize my unusually strong options? And no, the reason is that I have no idea how it would optimize. I don't really care. I just want the alerts. But if I wanted to back test this, so you right click, back test the strategy. I'm going to start at 9. Actually, I'll just go right to the end. It won't happen. I'll start right here, simulate the buy, and I don't care about the results because I use it as a watch list mainly. Okay, so what this is saying is that, this would be terrible. Backtesting this is terrible. Now, if I was trying to optimize it to see if I could make it work, without, curve fitting too much, now you have to go, here. So if you had a strategy that you had, that you created, and it had a decent looking curve or pattern here, then you can start to say, okay, let's start to optimize it. Is there a price point that's better? Maybe there's a price level that I should not be trading. Okay, is there a time of day that's better? Is there a time of day that I should just stay away? As you can see, nothing is happening here, but you might have a strategy where your equity curve looks pretty good, and now you're trying to improve on it. So now you start to go just the very, very simple, price and time of day, and see if, okay, you just start to check. You say, wow, this price range, between 1 and 10 really works. Over 10, not so good. I'm just using that as an example, not using this. Or you might say the time of day, man, I should stay away from anything before 10 o'clock. Okay? So that's how you start to use it. Now, to get way more involved in it, and this is where it gets really, all the other filters that you can take a look at. And this is, I would never do this. This is so involved. This is what the AI basically goes through. It takes a look at all these filters and saying, okay, what happens at the 200-day moving average? What happens here? What happens here? What happens here? On and on and on. I mean, you've got to be really, really keen about doing something like that. I would take a look at just price and time of day and see if you can, you start off with a strategy that had, a better equity curve than this, maybe something that was modestly up, because right now what's happening here, this is taking into account commissions and slippage, actually slippage. This is 0 commissions, but with 4-cent slippage. That means that, okay, you get an alert, but sometimes you won't get filled right at the time of the alert because the stock is moving too fast. So how much slippage are you willing to put in each trade? 4 cents, 5 cents, 10 cents, whatever it is. Okay, so if you created a strategy and you did the back test and it looked reasonable, then you can start to go into the optimization. And all I would look at the beginning is just price and time of day and see if you can figure out from there what you could exclude. Okay? But very few of our customers do it. I mean, it takes a lot of time. You have to be very, very keen. Yeah, well, you've done that, and the distance from the SMA and the bar ranges. I mean, yeah, I just don't. I don't have the I don't have the time. I mean, I used to do it way back when. It was kind of fun. It was a challenge. And the other thing is that you might have a strategy that optimizes very well, and maybe runs great for a couple of days, even a week, and then all of a sudden you start getting results, and you get, what the heck is happening? And you've got to go through the optimization procedure again. You know, it degrades. Yeah, I can give you this. Or you might just want to wait. If you can wait, just give me a moment here. If you wait until the 11th and take the test drive, then you can have it for just $11.11, and then you can back test to your heart's content because you'll be upgraded to the premium service. Oh, you already have a year's subscription. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. Well, what you could do, you know, again, if you wanted to wait, we could upgrade you. We'd upgrade you if you take the test drive for those 10 days to premium, and you can try it out. I mean, it's 2.5 weeks from now, but if you can wait, instead of having to upgrade your subscription, I don't think you want to. I mean, personally, I don't think you want to upgrade your annual standard subscription to a premium annual premium. That's a big jump, okay? Just to see whether or not the optimization is for you. That's my opinion. I mean, if you're sold on it and you think, oh yeah, I want to use it, I'm a statistics wonk. Okay. Otherwise, I would just wait till the 11th, and then you can take the test drive because it's open to people who have our standard subscription, and we'll upgrade you to premium for those 10 days, and you can try it out. But it's up to you. I mean, I just really wouldn't upgrade yourself to a premium from standard on an annual basis because that's what you'd have to do just to see if the optimization works for you. That's a lot of money to spend. And I don't think Dan, our CEO, is listening to me. So, but seriously, I think it's a lot of money to spend just to see if it's for you. Um, okay, well, you've seen me take trades here, so maybe just reload it. Try to reload it, exit out, and then reload it again, and tell me. You know you have to have it in simulated trading default, right? You have to select that because clicking on the sim is one thing, but okay, so it does say simulated trading default here. Okay, maybe try to load it again. Just get out of Brokerage Plus, load it again. New, and then Brokerage Plus again, and see what happens. If the same thing happens, I'm not sure what to say. I mean, you might have to go to our true technical support. But try that first. Wow. That fuse is getting diffused here. My goodness. Trying to see if there's any news on it that maybe the merger is off. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of is that people are thinking that this merger is off. Okay, I see that BNTC was halted and now it resumed, and another low float situation. So D88, let me know if that worked. Yeah, well, look at the option volume though, William. I mean, it's possible, yes. 363, that's it. This one again, guys. This one is China education stock, I think, right? Oh no, I keep thinking it's a China education, but it's U.S. based. Yeah, it's U.S. based, but definitely a China founder. But anyway, EEIQ. Figured out what? Okay, what did you figure out? What happened? I was just going to do it. Because yeah, it will say preparing. All right, so this one got halted, and let's see if there's any. I can't see any news yet on it, other than the fact that it was halted. And we're talking about the EEIQ. Saif, hello. Yes, that's what I was kind of alluding to. Yes, it has to say simulated trading default. Yes, in here. I should have done that. You know what? I should have got off the simulator. Any patterns on NNVC? All right, let's take a look at NNVC. Right now, no. I mean, it's just I had the big day yesterday, but big sell-off though. It got us what did it get high as $8 or so, 7.88 sold. I mean, that's a big drop. So right now, I mean, it could go either way, obviously. It's down for the day. The low floats, you always and we have that it has earnings after hours tomorrow. But right now, nothing. Well, guys, all I'm really waiting now is on the PBI. I want to see if later on it takes out that alert price, which was 743, and it takes it out. This has been an active stock in the past. You can see it got up. I think I may have been a meme stock this well, I don't want to say the whole month, but on the day that it did this, it might have been a meme stock. I can't quite remember. So Becca, how much does it have to be rising, the 8 EMA? So for instance, when I look at PBI on the 5-minute chart, it's rising, rising, rising. It pulled back here. Now, did it bounce off it? No. So what would be your confirmation then if this is, because the 8 EMA is flattening out now, but at this point it was rising. So where would you, if you were looking at PBI, would you have taken this trade based on the rising 8 EMA and hitting it? Like what would have had to happen afterwards for you to take this trade? Or does it have to be really rising? As you know, I don't really follow that closely. It was a meme stock, yes. I thought so. All right, EEQ is up. EEIQ is open for business now. But it wasn't running that day, William, I don't think, or was it? No, you're right. You're right. This was that was the. You're right. It was. Yeah, you were completely 100% correct. There's the month where all the nonsense started. I thought it was a little. It's had some jogs in other days though. I recall. I think I had an earnings one, and it actually ran a bit. Okay. JRJC, man, what a much ado about nothing on this one. I was very fortunate in scalping this one and not, not being stubborn. I mean, really, not being stubborn, getting too wrapped up about what it could do. Yeah, I'm not getting any new alerts. I wanted to make sure I had my sound toggle on. Haven't had any new alerts for a while. Yeah, things are not probably slowing up ahead of. So look at the SPY. I mean, the SPY is going to probably sit here for half an hour or so. I'm going to keep typing fuse in because I keep wanting to see if there's news that this merger is off. Thank goodness I'm out of it, but just want to I just want to see something here. Okay, so this is how it starts. I'm trying to verify in my mind. So when you click on the simulator, now it says select account. And that's when you have to click on it and you get the simulated trading default. So for those of you trying to use the simulator, okay, obviously you have to click on sim. Yeah, well, I have to have the brokerage plus window open. Click on sim, but then it's going to say select account. And then the default is the simulated trading. And for fun, I'm going to take 500 shares. This is in the simulator of this one. This is the other SPAC that had some action and it just didn't move. Sort of like, well, you can see right there, it had that action and then it didn't move after that. So, you know, as a potential swing, just going to take it here. This is in the simulator. Kind of like what I did with the fuse. Now, fuse worked well until it didn't. Okay, I get that makes sense. Okay, so the 5-8 or the 15-8 or the any other. So okay, first of all, the 5-8, the 5-minute chart, the 8 EMA, okay, the 8 exponential moving average. So you see on the 5-minute chart, see that if you can see it. Here's what I'll do. I'll get a big chart. I'll expand it. You know what? I'm going to do something here. I'm going to get rid of this VWAP. I don't know why I have that VWAP there, but I'll just give me a moment. Okay, save as default. Okay, so I just loaded a chart. That orange line right there is the 8 EMA. So when we talk about the 15, or this is on a 15-minute chart, so that's what we're talking about. So you're seeing right here on the 15-minute chart, the price is broken down below the 8 EMA, as an example. Okay, if I change it to a 5-minute chart, there's the 8 EMA, the orange line. Now, and this is beautiful. This is the ETF for Bitcoin. So one of the, you know, I just don't have the time to pay enough attention to stuff like this, but we talk about crosses. So you see how that 8 EMA, that orange line, has crossed below the 20 SMA, which is the blue line. That can set up a potential short. And in this case, obviously, you can see right there at 34.67, you know, it kept moving down to 34.25, okay? So this is maybe, you know, set up as a short indicator when the 8 EMA crosses below the 20 SMA. And of course, the reverse, if the 8 EMA would cross above the 20 SMA, that can set up a potential long. But that's what Becca and others who refer to the, you know, the 5-8 EMA or the 15. The 15 is always the time frame, and then the 8 is the EMA. I didn't think that'd be like you though, William. I mean, the options for BNTC is so putrid. 473. That's it total. I thought you needed a lot more. Yeah, look at the volume picking up. Interest picking up. Low float. Oh, I see. Okay. 20 SMA. 20 SMA, not the 20 EMA. So 8 EMA, well, that's what we use, most of us in the room, okay? The 20 is a slower move, so the SMA, it's a 20 SMA. Now, some might use a 9 EMA, some, we're using an 8 EMA. I'm only doing this because Real was the one who sort of showed us all this I don't know how many years ago, but. So it's the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA. Not that I see, William. Certainly not. I don't see any headline from Interactive Brokers. Another meme stock. Okay, so the memers have got a hold of this one. Yeah, look at the volume. Coming right into the 200-day. Or, I'm sorry, it broke above the 200-day moving average. 1091, 1130. Yeah, look at the volume. Big float, $250 million in the float, so it takes a bunch to move it. Yeah, the 220, yeah, with the Bollinger Band, you're right. Again, I'm not a big indicator guy, as most of you are aware. Okay, so the easiest thing I can do for you, Pamela, do you like my setup in terms of, there's the ADMA. I also have the Bollinger Bands. You don't have to have them, but I have the Bollinger Bands also. Okay, those are the brown lines, the Bollinger Bands. And here's my volume. So, I mean, if you like this, I can just give you this chart. So let me know if you like it. And then, okay, so all I have to do then is this. I'm going to find it. Come on, where are you? Make sure this is correct. Yeah, so this is a 2-minute chart, okay? So all you do is this. So what I'll do, give me a moment again. Where are you again? Just give me a moment. Oh, there you are. Okay. So I'm going to share it. Okay, so now Okay, so there's the cloud link for it. So when you load that cloud link, this is what you'll see. Okay, so you have a 2 minute. Now here's the easiest way to do all this, I think anyway. So let me know. Make sure you have this chart. Doesn't matter what the symbol is, of course. Just have the chart. Okay, you got the chart. Now all you do is this: duplicate the chart. Okay. Now change the time frame. 5 minute. Duplicate the chart. Change the time frame. That's the easiest way, I think, anyway. Because now you've got all the indicators, all the same indicators on all the different time frames. Make sense? And I don't know how many time frames you want, but you can keep duplicating it to get all the time frames you want. Did that work? Or did I go too quickly? Well, try the first one. You say you've got this up and running, so we know that. So try the first one. After that, you're just duplicating it. So right click, duplicate, and then you'll have it. Well, if I do it again, let me do this again. Right click, duplicate. So here it is. You've duplicated the 2 minute chart, and then right click, time frame, 5 minutes. I mean, it's that simple. And then just keep duplicating and changing the time frame. And don't forget to save your work. Let me know if it's working. Don't be shy. If it's not working, it's because I haven't explained it correctly or I've gone too quickly. That's all. Okay, guys, things have really slowed down. Yeah, I guess, obviously I'm approaching 2 o'clock, FOMC, 2 o'clock. I haven't had a new alert for a while now. The SPY ahead of time is just flattening out. We don't expect any major announcements, but you never know. Pamela? Yeah, you're right. Apron is butting right up against the 200-day moving average. What do you think of this color scheme, guys? See, it's amazing, isn't it? You do a poll, so one awful and one better than this. Oh, okay. So you haven't loaded the chart yet, then. You're still at this. You're still at this. You haven't loaded the chart, so it is appearing like this on your screen. Is that correct? Okay, so let's. Okay, so that I thought you said you had this up and running and loaded. Okay, so let's see why that's happening, if we can. Just give me a moment. Okay, so here's the link. So I click on the link. Make sure it does load. I'm control copy. Okay, so I've copied the link. I'm going to go back to trade. Oops, I'm going to go back to trade ideas. I've copied the link. File, load from cloud. There's the link. There is the link. I click load, and it loads immediately for me. So, um, okay. Do you have a green ball? Number one. Make sure you are connected. You know, in the toolbar, is it green? A green ball? I mean, typically that can be a reason if you think you're connected, but you're not. Because that ball has to be green. Ha ha, William. Ha ha. The other thing I would say to do is just reload. If you have a green ball, meaning you have a connection, you might have to just do a reload or a reset. Try a reset. But I need to know if that ball is green or not in the toolbar. So again, let's do a poll here. See if that works. I haven't done a poll in like forever. Oh, wow. Wow. That's amazing, guys. That is truly amazing. Unless I've done the poll incorrectly, everybody is saying blue. Everybody. But I thought that unless this poll is incorrect, I don't see one white. I may have done this incorrectly. Okay, I may have done it incorrectly because I can't believe everybody is saying, oh, okay, it doesn't give the option. That's what I thought. I thought I did it right. I haven't done a poll for so long. Okay, let me try it one more time. Poll. I think one is white and two is blue. Let's see if this works. Ah, there we go. Okay. All right, I'm going to give it another minute or so for people to completely respond. And we'll see who won. No, I don't even have to do it. I've got a little fancy pie chart. Well, guess what, guys? 2/3 want the remain white. 2/3. All right, so I'll leave it as white. All right, good to know. Ah, you have a red ball. Okay. You need a green ball, so you might have to do a reload. If you're frozen, you might have to do the Control Alt Delete. Or are you back in? Are you back in with a green ball? Ah, okay. Okay, can you find the link? So do you have the chart now on your screen? No, there's no. Oh, okay, good. All right, now all I have to do is duplicate it. Okay, so right click on the chart, duplicate, and then right click, time frame, change it to whatever time frame, 5 minute. So now I got a 2 and a 5, and just keep, doing it for as many times as you want for all the different time frames. I'm not. I don't use the VWAP that much. I mean, I'm aware of it, John. Somebody asked, do I use the VWAP for trades? I don't have a scan that is based on the VWAP. Yeah, there's no way to change the color of the crosshairs. I mean, we're improving our charts a lot. I've seen a prototype of the new charts. I mean, the very, very, now you can, at least if you want, you can select background colors and foreground colors, but it appears that people want me to stay with white. Don't forget to save your work, Pamela, okay? Excellent, okay. Now, for those of you who are interested in docking and all, I did share this with, I think Pamela, not Pamela, but with Becca the other day, and others may have taken it. So notice what I've done. I have got docked. I have got these, charts docked so I can move them all at once. Okay. Now you have to have a premium service because there are 12 charts here. So you have a limitation in our standard package of 10 charts, and with premium you can have 20. So if you like this, I mean, it's not, you can do it yourself, of course, but if you want me to save you the trouble of putting dock charts in, I can give you this link. If not, so if I get a few yeses, I'll do it. But you have to have our premium service because this is and using our latest dock version. Yes, okay. And this is a little trick, not a major trick, but every dock chart, not chart, but a window, I started off with dock because then if I do a search on dock, I see all my docks right here. So all I have to do is find the charts. Charts layout, dock charts layout, share it. Okay, so here it is. And Gregory, you too. Remember, you have to have a premium service, okay? And you have to be using the latest version of Trade Ideas, the production version of Trade Ideas with docking capability, okay? 155, yeah. So what I normally do on a day like today is put a 1-minute SPY chart up and just sort of sit back and see what happens. Usually it takes about 5 minutes to determine the direction. You might see a giant candle one way and then giant one the next way and up and down. And then after about 5 minutes, you usually have the direction. But I'm not expecting any. All right, it's pretty simple. Just left click if I want to, I go to the chart, left click if I want to change it to Microsoft. So just left click in the chart and make your change. Left click and oops, the box should pop up. So left click in the chart that you want to change and then just start to type. And the box should pop up. I mean, that's how you change, in any chart, that's how you change the symbol, left click. Have you been able to do it before by left clicking and just typing? Really? No box pop up? Really? Well, let me make sure that, well, but Pamela, Becca, you were able to change your charts, right? Obviously. Well, left clicking is just to get you into the chart, that's all. Okay, that's all it's doing, so it knows what chart you're in, that's all. But, okay, you mean you press the enter key on your keyboard? I mean, that'll do it also, that should do it also. It never happens for me. I mean, I'm just changing, the box pops up. I can either click on change or I can hit enter on my keyboard and it just changes. Now, the only other thing that, if the box is not popping up, when you can hit the space bar. If I hit the space bar now, the box pops up also. Yeah, well, the space bar is not the norm. Well, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Well, you can, okay, a perfect circle just before FOMC. I mean, we have, you can start off with these two indicators right here, or filters. Just type in float, okay? So usually a high short float, maybe add filter, make it 15% or something. That's a pretty high short float percent. And then a minimum, say a maximum of 20 million in the float, and start from there. Now, it doesn't mean they're going to squeeze, but if something is happening and something has a high short float percent, the chance, and it's got some news, or for whatever reason the WSB crew has got a hold of it, that's when the fun can start. So those are, obviously anything with a high short float percent and a low float has the potential for a squeeze if there's some reason for the stock to be moving. Okay, guys, sorry, I want to get the SPY. I want to get the SPY 1 minute chart up. Actually, let me do this. And let's see if there are any fun and games here. All right, here's our 1 minute. So here's our... I don't have that scan a perfect circle. I was just showing you the filters that you can use. Those are the two filters, though, that you would start off with, and then you can put a price range in, and a small cap. I don't have a scan, but do you understand how you would start? So I'm just looking here, guys. So look at the volume coming in. So we've got a big pop. But as I say, this could easily turn around into a big red candle. I'll explain it a little bit later, okay? But do you understand the concept of a short squeeze? How you can use those two filters. After that, I mean, it's up to you to create a price range, minimum volume. I mean, I can't tell you what that's going to be. But those are the two filters that you want to start with. And here's the red bar. Remember what I was saying? Wouldn't surprise me if it's going to jump around for a bit until usually about 5 minutes before we get a direction. Well, okay, a perfect circle. Do you understand what can cause a short squeeze? Do you understand what we mean by a high short float percent? Number one. That means, the higher that short float percent, that means there's a high percentage of the float that is short. So all of a sudden, if there's some news for the stock, or for whatever reason the stock becomes attractive for whatever reason, okay, then all those people who are short might be scrambling to cover their positions. And hence the term, they're being squeezed. So if you start off with a high short float percent, say minimum of 15%, that's pretty high, and then a low float, something under 20 million, that would be maybe the basis of it. Yeah, it's just more exciting to see it on the 1 minute. But yeah, you look at the 15. There's a big bottoming tail there. Okay. Look at the 5, big bottoming tail here. 2. There's the well, you can just sort of see the 2 1 minute charts. Ah, okay. Don't get rattled. This is just a 1 minute chart. Actually, a perfect circle, I do have, and you might want to add, if you go to my homepage, there's something I do have that's called low floaters on the move. And you can add, I don't think I have that, the 15, I don't think I have the short float percent in it, but you can take a look at it, okay? So I'll give you my homepage link, and it's called low floaters on the move. Okay, it's in the scan section. You can load that one. You can take a look at the filters, and then you can maybe add. Oh, here's the SPY. Then you can add that short float percent if you want. So first of all, let me know if you can load that, the low floaters on the move. But look, it's funny. I loaded Microsoft just for fun, just because I wanted to show the how you can change things on my thumbnail chart. So I had this here. Look at this candle here. There's a reaction to the SPY to what's happening. Okay, so now if you right click, I don't have it up and running. So if you right click and then you can go to that float percent filter, you can add it. First, just do a summary, right click, configure summary, see what the filters I'm using. And then if you want, you can always add that float percent. You want to put a minimum of 15%. I don't think I have it in that particular scan. I do remember. All right, guys, I think we're Fun and Games is over. What time is it? 2:05. We've got a direction. Yeah, I think the discussion is at 2:30. Sometimes it's just the FOMC at 2 and that's it, but I guess there's a commentary coming at 2:30 also. I'm still getting no new alerts. I haven't had a new alert in a long time. What I'm going to do, I want to load that. I'm concerned that you guys can't change the. Not with our software. Rising and falling, not with our software, no. So here is what I gave you guys. So again, left click, type. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it's not working for you guys. Yeah, it's pretty strange. Onvo patent. Let's take a look at Onvo and see if I'm sure it's moving. Otherwise, Zach would not be talking about it. No move. Yeah, no move. Zip. Look at this. Nothing. Well, Hut is on the move again, guys, and there is a big volume bar for Hut. H-U-T. And I don't see any news for Hut, and I don't think crypto is a crypto play. I don't think crypto is, unless crypto is popping. Yeah, okay, it's moving with crypto. So crypto is popping right now. But if I look at Mara and Riot, they're going to be doing sort of the same thing. Yeah, so crypto is popping right now, guys. Oops, not Hun, but Hut. But for how long? Still watching the PBI in case it has a late day flurry. Yeah, that used to be me, Becca. At the golf course every day about noon my time. I'm sorry, 10 o'clock my time. Ha ha. Good one, Dak. Yeah, nothing's happening. I'm just looking at. I haven't had a real new alert for a while. I'm waiting to see if we get some another. Actually, yesterday we had some late option scans or option alerts from the scan. But to be honest, this is about the number that I want. You know, under 10, you get too many, and we've had a couple of days where we've had 15 or 20. It's too many. The whole idea is to minimize the number you have to look at. You really want to know the story? I guess it's sort of slow right now. I haven't told this story for a while. All right. Well, I've always wanted to trade with people. Day trading, trading by yourself is very, very lonely. So I've always wanted to be in a room of some sort. Now, there wasn't a room like this where somebody was talking at me all day long and sharing their screen, but just, in your typical little forum. So I've always enjoyed that, just sort of the camaraderie, etc. I always kind of enjoyed helping people. You know, and so what happened is Trade Ideas, when I started with Trade Ideas, just as a customer in 2010, they did have a forum. They still have a forum. I don't think there's been a post for years in it, but they had a forum where people would ask questions, and I go in there. And if I could help, I would answer questions. And the CEO noticed me doing it, and he said, "Hey, you know, you're a helpful guy." Oh yeah, Ari, you're a helpful guy. So I said, "Yes, I am." So he said, "How would you like to be?" And you know, this was unpaid at the time. How'd you like to just? We'll make you a moderator of the forum in case there's some posts that you want to get rid of or whatever. So I said, "Sure." And then I said to him, and this was the key. I said, you really should have a trading room for people with trade ideas. That's how it all started. And I pestered them for about a year, maybe even 2 years. And finally they said, okay, let's give it a go. I think this might have been about 2013. And this was, so they gave me a subset of that forum in which people could actually post live, and Ori will remember. We could actually post live, but again, this wasn't sharing my screen, nobody on the mic, but at least it was sort of like a live chat. And there was one person, 2 people, 5 people, 10 people, and it was pretty bleak to start. And then all of a sudden, we started getting a little. I remember the day I said, man, if I only get 50 people. And then we had 50, then we had 100. Anyway, let's fast forward to 2014 or 15. Came back from Boston after a year there. And they said, how'd you like to go live on the mic and share your screen? This was October. It's almost 5 years. Almost 6 years, sorry. And I said, well, let's give it a go. I'd never done it before. And I did it. We started in October of 2015. And again, it was a slow build. I'd like to have more people, but you know what? I'm comfortable with 400 people, 400, 500. I'd like to have, it'd be great to have 1,000, but I'm not sure how I can handle that, to be honest. And it keeps me busy. It keeps my mind active. They pay me, of course, but it keeps my mind active. So it keeps me on the alert all day long, in tune with what's happening in the market. And I don't mind helping people. You have to have that. You have to have that in you. You have to have a lot of patience, and you have to. I think for me really, I've never forgotten what it's like to be starting out from scratch. I've just never forgotten that. And so I know what it's like. I completely understand, and I'm not saying I can help everybody, but even just the ability for me, at least to explain how to use the program a little bit, and but I've just never forgotten how hard it is, and so I don't take it for granted. I just don't take it for granted. I make a good trade. When I was a big golfer, I don't golf anymore, and I was a good golfer. When I was a good golfer, and I'd make I had my share of birdies. I would always treat that birdie like it was the first time I ever made a birdie. Seriously, like it was. I didn't treat it like, oh well, another birdie. So if I make a good trade, I'm excited by it. Just a minute, please, guys. My headset just died on me. Just give me a moment. All right, I'm back. No, I had an injury. Killed me. I was a member of I had an injury and I just couldn't keep golfing. Nothing, it hasn't affected the quality of my life other than I couldn't golf anymore. I have not had a real job since 1998, as I call it. So I was always active in the market, not day trading so much, but until I found Trade Ideas in 2010, just as a customer, that's when sort of the light bulb went off. Well, that's why I have to have music also. Even I have to have music coming in. You hear me talk about my headset dying on me. Yes, I want to hear my alerts. I mean, that's the other aspect. I don't, but I need music. Otherwise, it's just the silence is deafening. Well, thank you guys. But getting back to it, I've had no new alerts for quite a while. Well, I guess this one showed up Vistum, VSTM at 213. But you know what? 2:30 comes. There's going to be, I guess, the Q&A as it's called. So we'll have to see what happens at 2:30. I don't expect very much, but oh, oh, isn't that funny? CLS just showed up, guys, in the option scanner, and I find it funny because who was it that were saying they were trying to take 1,000 shares in the simulator for CLS? And there it is. Well, Dak, I mean, you and I go way back to Tyler. You know, what is the red and green shading on my charts? The red and green shading. Ah, okay. I think I turned them off on my. No, okay. So when you get into when you click on an alert, let's see. Hopefully this one shows. Okay. So what this is saying, you notice it says down. Maybe it's hard to say or see. Let me load a new chart, big one, to show you what I'm talking about. Okay, let me load. Let me take VSTM again. Okay. Notice it says Smart Stop. So what this is saying is it's a suggestion. So if you took this trade at 299, they're suggesting, and you risked $100 on the trade, they're suggesting that your stop would be at 290. Okay, it's an algorithm that kicks in. It's just a suggestion. So that's what the red shading is. So the closer you get, unfortunately, to being stopped out, it'll turn a darker red. The green, it's no big deal. I mean, you can see right there, it gets greener as you get up to that 200. So all they're saying is that there would be your one to two risk reward. Okay, so the difference between if you got in at 3, I think it was actually 309, and down here at 290. But let's just say, make the math super simple. If you got in at 3 and the stop was at 290, that's 10 cents away. That target would be 20 cents away, would be at 320. Okay? That makes sense? It's just a guide. And every intraday chart will have something like this. And the difference on a daily chart is that there will be a swing exit also. And the swing exit, again, this is not highly scientific. It's the 20-day low. Okay, these are just guides. Obviously the swing exit is a lot further down than this daily exit. Okay. I do not open. Well, no, I look at the market. Well, I open the room at 9, but at Eastern time. But I'm starting. I'm on the West Coast, so I'm up at around 4, and so I'm looking at the market for those 2 hours before I actually open the room. There was a question. Okay, Yeti. He was just one of those early guys in the old forum, and I certainly appreciate all the help he gives. But I'll tell you guys, I mean, I almost don't have to do any pre-market work. I know that's almost heretical to say that because I'm just really waiting for these guys all day long now. And I can tell. I mean, if Wimmy came in, I'm going to click on it, and I would have seen number one that it's a. I'll always check the news, but I don't really have to do that much more I don't have to do that much pre-market work. I do it now almost out of habit. Really. Well, that's something. That's the only downside of being on the West Coast. Yeah, if I'm finished early, but I start early, and not like I'm going to bed at 8 at night either. That's why those of you who want Trade Ideas data to start at 1 Eastern time or 4 Eastern time, that's 1 my time. I don't know. Not for me. Well, Dak remembers what I'm talking about. There was a time where I wouldn't take any trade for the first hour. I let the first hour go, so I wouldn't have to get up super early. Yeah, I know. Oh, I know. You can trade at 4 o'clock with Interactive Brokers. Oh, I know that. That's why we get the comments coming in. Why don't you start your data earlier? I'm not saying it'll never happen, but it's a server issue for us. Our server goes through a lot of gyrations, and it's past 4 o'clock Eastern time. My option scanner is a no repeat. Yes. We have. Okay, so we have the go-to actually released earnings now, or before the market, Ori. And I'm looking here, and it says the results earnings call presentation. See, we have it here, and I can verify. I mean, I'm just looking at my IB headlines, and it talks about their earnings. So one of the question from Bob was this is on what I call it DR, don't repeat. So why do I do that? These are all don't repeat also, okay? So and this is really a don't repeat also. So why I do that is that I can then go back over the course of the day and I can say to myself, okay, I had an alert for Sophie, SOFI at 9:45. The price was 637. What did it do from there? Okay, so I can see that, yeah, it was pretty darn good. Okay, so I can kind of go back in time when I have it on don't repeat, and it's easy. Don't repeat. It's if you right click on an alert window, and go to properties, and then you'll see one of the options is don't repeat. And then this is a drop down menu. I mean, you don't have to do it for the entire day. Sometimes, you know, it's just you don't want to see the same symbol over and over and over and over again every time it makes a new high. So you could pick 1 minute, 5 minutes, don't repeat. I do it for the day because I just like to see that first alert so I can kind of go back and say, okay, what happened? Also, sometimes I miss an alert. You know, I'm busy and I can say, oh, I had an alert at PBI at 12:39. What did it do from there? And I see that the alert price was 7.43, and then I can look at it and go, it's still below that. And I could put my price alert up at that price, and maybe later on it'll hit it, and maybe it'll move from there. So that's the other reason I like to do it, in case I do miss an alert.
Hello? Ready?
Is Cheat-Cat alive? You're talking about Dolphin. So it was alive. We haven't seen these for a while. Yeah, it's kind of stuck though, isn't it? And the relative volume is nothing. Well, let's take a look at this CLS, Celestica, and what's the high over here is 957, so it's right at that high here, and that looks like it's probably that. Well, I mean, look, if it takes this out, it might have a little late day run. 957, it's a fairly big float, 106 million in the float. Good old Canadian company. ANPC, yeah, the volume's coming in. Low float, another low float. Looks like we have it earnings before the market opens tomorrow. So maybe in advance of earnings, people thinking, oh, maybe they're going to spring something good on us. I doubt it. There's got a lot of resistance right around that 4 level. Yeah, this is, to me, it's just not interesting enough with all that resistance in that 4 level. I've said that before, you know, stocks have just really broken right free. Low float though, it is a low float. I don't even see any news for ANPC. I should have mentioned life to you guys because I have this thumbnailed. Oh, I see somebody posted old news. I see, okay. Darn, I had this thumbnailed and look at life. And I was just going to say, you guys should take a look at life and look at that cross there even. Wow. So there's an example. We were talking about crosses before. And I was saying, the 8 EMA crossing above the 20 SMA, is powerful also. And that's the cross happened at 11:29. Now we may not have seen it until 11:40 for that candle to close. But this is definitely running. All right, guys, it's getting close to ending in the room here. So, as always, I just want to talk a little bit about my homepage and also make sure people are aware that there's a test drive coming up. I'm going to put the test drive link in here. And, of course, for those of you who are wondering, this is why the room is free. You have to put up with me every now and then talking about trade ideas, taking out subscriptions and things like that. And of course the test drive. So here's the test drive link. If you click on it, this is what you'll see. So it will cost $11.11. Okay, so if you can afford $11.11, you can try trade ideas for 10 trading days. Okay, but you have to be able to start on the 11th and go to the 22nd. Those are the 10 trading days that you'll have access to the full premium service, okay? I don't want to mislead anybody. If you cannot start on the 11th, let's say you can start on the 12th, you'll get 9 days. Okay, so it's not 10 days from whenever you start. We're all set up for the support between 11th and the 22nd. So you'll have access, full access to our premium service, just as if you were a premium subscriber. If you sign up today, all you're doing is pre-registering. You will get no data until the 11th, no live data. That's a Monday. Now, usually about an hour after the market closes on the Friday before, you can actually start using the program. You can download it, use the program. Of course, the data is not live, but you can take a look at top lists, alert windows. You can set things up, get a little more customized over the weekend to trade ideas. You can download my layout. You can have my scans, all those sorts of things. I also would take a look at this. I think this is the one you should use. I'm just going to pop this in here. The 20 lessons for non-subscribers, because I think for some reason you had to be a subscriber to use the other ones that are in my homepage. So the 20 lessons, it's the same. It's exactly the same. It shows you, what our top lists, how to create them, alert windows, how to create them, all the way down to Brokerage Plus and the AI, Holly, etc. Okay? So if you're going to take the test drive, please, at least, if the least thing you do is this, please do it. Now, the other thing is when the test drive is over, it's over. I know I repeat myself all the time, but we get so many emails saying, how do I unsubscribe from it when it's over? You don't have to do anything. When it's over, it's over. We don't put you into a subscription. We'll have a nice promo code for you if you do want to take out a subscription. Also, one of the nice things, if you take the test drive and you create, maybe you create some of your own layouts or scans, or you save some of mine, look at mine. If you save everything that you do to the cloud, if later on you do decide you want to take out a subscription, as long as you use the same email address to sign up, everything you've done will be still there for you. I can't remember who it was, but we had somebody in the room, I think They hadn't been a subscriber for, I don't know, several years. And they came back and everything was still there for them. Okay, so as long as you save things to the cloud, everything you do is there. As long as you use the same email address to sign up. Now, this is also open if you're a standard subscriber and you want to try out our premium service for those 10 days, you can do so. And last, $2.30. Hey, $2.30 is come and gone. So okay, a little bit of a downer here, down move in the SPY, but $2.30 is come and gone. I completely forgot that there might be something at 2:30. Okay, so my homepage again, a lot of information. Of course, you want to take out a subscription right here. These are the free sections. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. The stock of the day video that I do at noon every day, and all the education. These are all free sections. All I was saying in this one, though, it appears that you have to be a subscriber. I should change this somehow. In this, that's why I put that other link in. But everything else, daily support sessions in YouTube, of course, the room you're in, daily webinars. Today's Tuesday, so we're on the Tuesday-Thursday rotation this week. Next week, it's Monday-Wednesday. More educational videos. Okay, there's information about the AI, how to start trade ideas from scratch. And the big one here, I think, for a lot of you who are brand new to trading, this is a great little series. Okay, it's free. It starts off with what is a stock. So, it's pretty darn basic, but it takes you all the way through all the important aspects of trading, reading charts, etc. Okay? So, a lot of information on my homepage. Oh, and also, let's not forget, my scans. So obviously you have to be a subscriber, but here's a sample layout. Looks a little bit like the layout you see. And then of course my favorite scan in history, moving higher with unusually strong options. But I have other scans. There are all sorts of different trading styles. Some people like to pay bounces. So I've got a bouncers toppers. So bounces, things are potentially bouncing. Toppers, stocks that are perhaps topped out and will come down. So, there's a type of scan for everybody. These are the four that I use in the pre-market. Gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up and down. These are the four that I use in the pre-market. So again, a lot of information on my homepage. Save the link. And if you're a subscriber, of course, then you can take a look at all my scans whenever you want. If you're not a subscriber, but you'll have access to the education link. I won't use the word that you use to describe yourself, perfect, but you're not. Looking for perfect daily layout, new to trade ideas and struggling. Okay, so Gilbert, when you say the perfect daily layout, I don't know. There's not. I have a layout that I can share with you. First of all, Gilbert, can you hear me? I'm just talking to somebody in our YouTube room. This could be interesting tomorrow. This CLS. I mean, it could be interesting tomorrow. I mean, look at this. Look at the look. I mean, it's had a terrible. Looks like about 3 weeks. Just been sinking, 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 sinking. But you know, this one day is basically wiped all this out, and it held. You know, look what it did. It held the 200-day moving average. Yeah, Becca, you have been an amazing asset in this room. I certainly do appreciate all the help you give people. So yeah, I'd be keeping an eye on this one tomorrow because if he takes this out, all right, back this monthly chart up a little bit. You have to go back to. So you've got to go back to. Let's see. In this month, you have to go back to July or January of 2019. So you've got to go back 2 years before Celestica was anywhere close to these highs. Yeah, pretty big candle forming on the SPY now, but the in markets are still up. Every single indicator is still up. Let's just take a look at the what do you at the what the what do you call? I was going to say the sector status to see. I don't think anything is really going to change that much. So look what happened here. You know, consumer staples went down a bit. I mean, remember now when we looked at this before the FOMC and these past comments, virtually everything was within. I think the minimum was about 83%. Okay, meaning that 83% of the stocks were up from yesterday's close in the stocks that make up all these different sectors. So look what's happened since then, though. You know, a little bit of a drift down. Well, I always make the distinction between ignorance and stupid. Will you? At least I try to. So that's kind of interesting, you know, what happened from, you know, because again, when we looked at that sector status the last time, virtually everything was at least, I mean, some were right at 100%, but virtually everything, I think the minimum was about 84%, 83%. Yeah, every now and then, though, William, I get a question where I have to stop and think about it, so it helps me too. All right, this SPIR just triggered in sort of the subset of the option scanner that I use that looks for stocks that have at least 75% or 75%, 75 cents to the next high. And you can see why. Look at the next high is 1836, so of course 1712. That's more than 75 cents away. And it's starting to move. So Gilbert, I'm sorry, I don't see that you answered my question. If you can hear me or not, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. All right, so obviously PBI is more than likely not going to do anything the way it's trading right now, so I'll probably just forget about that one. The CLS though definitely intrigues me. I mean, this is a massive, I don't see any, I shouldn't say that, I do see some news. Okay, so, here's the news for CLS. And when do they have earnings? October 27th, so about a month from now. So there is news on it, trading higher after the company announced they entered into a definitive agreement to acquire PCI Limited for $306 million. But they also announced that it has raised, and this is the key one, it's raised its 2022 revenue outlook. So that is the reason for the big pop. And that happened actually, that news happened after hours at about, well, I shouldn't say that. It probably, yeah, well, it happened after hours yesterday at the actual news. Don't see any reaction though. I wonder because it trades, yeah, it trades on a Canadian exchange for sure. Well, there was no action after hours. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you know what? That 230 and what Zach was talking about, the easing. The taper announcement could come as soon as the next FOMC. So this has put a little bit of a damper on the market. Consequently, I'd be obviously a little reluctant to go into anything long now. You know, if the market keeps doing this. But life continues. Look at life. Life is, doesn't care what the market's doing. Look at this. Look at this move for life. No, I actually have a reasonable singing voice, William, but I will not. I will not do it here. Well, guys, I'm getting set to wind this down. So, okay, now you can hear me, Gilbert. You can hear me now. So, I mean, You asked, looking for the perfect daily layout. I mean, I don't think there's any such thing as the perfect daily layout. It all depends on the style of trading you are or have. All I can do is I can give you my layout, and I can give you all the individual scans that I created over the years. You say you're new to trade ideas. So have you taken a look at least the 20 lessons? If you go to my homepage, first of all, you go to my homepage. I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room. Ever take vacations? Yes. And we're now, yes, somebody can cover for me now. We struggled before, but we've got new people that we added in support. And I don't have a problem now. Somebody will be able to take over for me. I typically don't go for more than a week, but so Gilbert, so if you click on my homepage link, you will see okay, you'll see this, and this is, first of all, you might want to, I don't know if you've done this, but you want to click here on the education and at least familiarize yourself, with what top lists are, alert windows are, all the basic features are explained here. Now, if you've already done that, then you might want to take a look at the scans that I'm sharing. And here's a sample layout. But there's no such thing as the perfect daily layout. I mean, it all depends on your style of trading. I don't consider this I don't consider this the perfect daily layout. It works for me.
¿Y cómo está? La nena dice que la han pintado y que la han arreglado. Ya está quedando bien.
You heard her, okay. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, that was a little Spanish in the background. My wife is from Peru, so. Or sorry, Peru. Lima. No, she's still working. My wife is an architect. No, I cannot say I can kind of get by. I can read it better than I can understand. My wife doesn't talk incredibly fast, but her sisters they lose me. Oh yeah, I'm born in Montreal. Oh, okay, am I bilingual? Can I understand French? Yes. So I guess in that regard, I thought the question was more, can I understand Spanish? Our pets are trilingual. It's hilarious. ARQQ, is it back? ARQQ, is it back? Yeah, look at that float, 10 million in the float. Yeah, as long as I don't have to use any tenses other than present tense, I'm not bad. Yeah, I bet you the spread is, 3602, 3643. Yeah, it is a tough one. Very choppy. Okay, everybody. Well, I think I will wrap it up right now, if that's okay. I will stay. If there are questions, I will stay. But otherwise, I think I'll wrap it up. And if there are questions, I will stay. I don't have to go, but all right. I don't see anything coming in. So, well, thanks a lot for all the help. I mean, to me, this was a super exciting day. We had lots of great scans or great alerts from that option scan, all the way up to 11:40. After that, but man, we had about every one of them. The first five were awesome. Just a minute. Tomorrow is Wednesday. Yes. No. What am I saying? Today is. Did I'm sure I said today was Tuesday. There was an. Okay. Tomorrow's Thursday. Merci beaucoup. Et tu aussi. All right. Tomorrow. Okay. So have a great evening, everybody. And I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. That gives me a chance to practice a little. Okay, I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.